работает. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into the Arena Cup Series Season 3. This is playoffs weekend, and boy, oh boy, have we got an absolute package of power to deliver to you over the next 3 days. We've witnessed the amazing entertainment of the group stages last weekend, alongside some amazing drops, which you guys got to collect to pad the pockets within the previous 3 days worth of entertainment. But to bring you the closeout and the final results to decide which is the top tier team across the top four EU and CIS region teams in the Arena Cup Series Season 3. It's myself, Correct Wisdom, the Yapper, without a paper wrapper to keep him locked up from the trash, and joined by the man, the mythical mustache, and the legend himself with the rats on top. It's Mr. Hot Sauce. How are we doing this evening, sir?
Feeling great. Got my cheese, my little tent, and my campfire to get hot and ready for all the action we've got for a very action-packed, exciting weekend here for ACS number 3, of course, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with our friends over at Battle State Games. And man, the new Battle Pass, Tarkov Arena out in the Epic Store now as well. So many awesome rewards and skins that I'm sure we'll get to see showcased here as well today. But man, am I excited to be back in the booth with you, Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. Always excited to be sat next to one of the best yappers in the scene. Always a proud battle buddy on my shoulder as we step on into the arena. I'm not checking my ones with an Ego 50. I'm going to take my big battle buddy of Hot Sauce behind me with his PKP and that beautiful mustache to intimidate them to the max. All right. Speaking of intimidation, we witnessed a lot of that during the group stages from last weekend. So before we waffle on about this one, I think it's a moment to take a little step back into the past and have a look at the history of Arena Cup Series 3 and see what happened during those group stages from last weekend's action.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at here, Group Stage A, it was pretty much Sicario and Tarkov help over there running that one. Unfortunately, 8sins taking an early exit in this one, but they had a lot of great matches as we see Ancient Fighters wrapping up that third spot as well. But honestly, Sicario, Tarkov help, both with 7 points and not a huge difference in round differential there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Not necessarily anything too surprising, I think we could say, from either of the group stages as well. Group Stage B showing pretty much more of the same of what we expected. Ancestral, although the Dark Horse and the EU scene within this tournament here found themselves a really tough run against three of the more daunting teams across both regions. XPA touted up there, one of the seeded teams finishing off at the top of that Group Stage B as one of the favourites to win the tournament overall. No surprise. Virtus Pro, current previous Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions, also in that second place slot on the group stage for the B side of the tables. And they have themselves a 2-win tout to be able to, I guess, sport the reason why they're slightly above that Pandemic squad, who did manage to take a win, a loss, and a draw to ride up to the third spot on their table and gain qualification. So we've got 6 teams hot. Sicario, Tarkov, Help, and Ancient Fighters from our A group, and XPA, Virtus Pro, Pandemic, Apex from the group stage from the B side of the map. But where are they all going to stack up against each other? That's the next question for the day, is how does that slide smoothly on through to the schedule and how each of these teams are paired up against each other for the playoff section?
Yeah, and interesting enough, it was Sicario who won the most recent HPL with 8sins getting second. Pandemic Apex, formerly Oil Rig, who took second and third, but it's 8sins, second in that previous one, now out. So Pandemic Apex has an opportunity to really show the moves they've been making here during these little off-season times. As again, Pandemic has been making some of those big money moves, as we like to call it, behind the scenes here and swapping up those rosters just a bit. But yeah, I mean, for me, I know you and I got to talking a little bit before we got into the show today, and I love the fact that we're kind of disagreeing on how this playoff bracket is going to play out, but certainly a lot of great teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as that playoff bracket's going to smoothly slide its way onto the screen for the folks at home to be able to have the visual representation to accompany our voices guiding them through the forest, shall we say, of fortune for one of these teams. Right at the very end of that bracket there on screen for you folks at home, you can see that beautiful golden decal box with the Arena Cup Series 3 plaque champions over the top of that spot. That is the position that every one of these remaining 6 teams is fighting for. And we're going to kick off this playoff stage by seeing Virtus Pro, the original Season 2 Arena Cup Series champions, taking on against a new face to Arena Cup Series in the Ancient Fighters. That will be backed by Tarkov Help, playing off against Pandemic Apex in another semi-final, both of which featured today, and both are best of 3s. We said, like you said, Hort, there's a little bit of conflict between ourselves and the casting desks as prediction for these matches today. So give us your thoughts. How do you feel going forward?
I mean, honestly, I love the fact that we're going to get to see, group stages from A versus B now. So we get that, we didn't get to see him play during the group stages. Now we get to see it here, especially when it really matters during that playoff run. Obviously, if you suffer a loss, it's not ideal, but at least you have that second chance opportunity down there in that lower bracket. For me, starting out here with game number one, though, Virtus Pro taking on the Ancient Fighters. Ancient Fighters have a ton of talent, and I think they are capable of finding an upset. I just don't see it happening today. I've got Virtus Pro in this one, probably 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And just want to point out to all of the amazing benefits that Battlestate Games and the Hunt Premier together combined, bringing this Arena Cup Series 3 to you guys at home, has brought alongside of it. You'll notice that there's a beautiful graphic at the bottom of this screen here that is rotating, showing you 3 different things currently, including the fact that Twitch drops are enabled. So ladies and gentlemen in the chat, make sure your account is linked up properly. Don't forget to use the QR code to explore all of the channels for the socials, where you might be able to get your hands on some goodies, but more importantly, some great knowledge as to where you next need to be for awesome entertainment concerning Tarkov, including the 20% spring discount that is currently being put up for you to be able to get a hold of the game at a super decent price, especially bearing in mind that Battle Pass that hit the scene just recently is absolutely top tier. Speaking of top tier, Hawk, I'm going to say that Sicario have looked top tier throughout the majority of this tournament so far, and that's why once we've had these 2 playoff matches from today, our 2 teams that have got the bye are going to really have to prove that they were worth their weight in that free match that they've got gifted to them.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that day too. Last season or last Arena Cup Series number 2 there, it was Virtus Pro who knocked off Sicario in the opening round of the playoffs. So we see Sicario up there waiting patiently for day number 2 to come so they can maybe get a chance at a little vengeance of their own. But Virtus Pro has to get through Ancient Fighters here today. I feel like they are favored, but we talk about any given Sunday. And I think, again, with how much talent is littered across every single one of these teams, they all have that possibility of getting to this grand final here. But for me, I think Virtus Pro takes this first one. I'm also, I almost hate myself for saying this, but I'm leaning into Tarkov Help here over Pandaric Apex too. I really like the Pandaric Apex guys. As I've casted more and played against them a couple of times, get to know them a little better. You kind of grow and connect with certain players, but I feel like Tarkov Help has just been looking really, really good throughout this series here. And so I expect them to take it. I'd like to see that one go all the way to 3, though, 2-1 in favor of Tarkov Help.
Interesting that you propose that there. I'll ask you a quick question. Do you not think that Virtus Pro and Ancient Fighters might have the potential of going to 3-2? Because I'm going to be honest with you, if I'm looking for an upset today, and we always like to favor the underdogs, especially somebody sat on the casting desk that likes to add a little bit of spice to the fire, I feel like we could see a slightly sleepy Virtus Pro be put under a lot of pressure today if the Ancient Fighters hit the table running, and maybe Virtus Pro has their foot off the gas a little bit. And the reason I attest to that is because I think that perspective is actually a lot more prevalent for importance for the game that you're looking at right now with Tarkov Help and Pandaric Apex coming to the table, because Tarkov Help have looked exceptional throughout their journey so far in the Arena Cup Series. They've not been put under too much pressure by any team from their group, and I think this is going to be another case where they should comfortably take this match 2-0. However, it's the Pandas, and I think we all know darn well that the Pandaric squad is very, very well known in every form in every region for fighting tooth and nail regardless of how heavily the odds are stacked against them, and I expect that to be what we see today in our second playoff match.
Yeah, I think for Pandaric, it's what team shows up for Pandaric Apex today. How consistently well are they going to play throughout the day? Because I think that's sometimes some of the areas where they suffer. I mean, they have so many great rounds, but there has been a little bit of inconsistency, even on Bay 5 more recently, where they have kind of been the kings of Bay 5, but that wasn't really the case in group stages. And I certainly think, you touch base on the Ancient Fighters. Is there a chance they upset Virtus Pro? Is there a chance it goes to game 3? Certainly, I think there's a chance, but I take a look at those group stages. Sicario, Tarkov Help didn't really have a ton of trouble with Ancient Fighters. So I think Virtus Pro, especially after the group stage, I think they were hitting it pretty hard this week, and I expect them to come out looking to make a statement here again as playoffs open.
I agree with you, but I would like to load you in chat with some facts for the first game of the day, because I think I'm about to put a little bit of a question mark in some of these solidarities we have in confidence, okay? The maps that have been selected for today, we are going to go into more detail in after we've had a look at the versus, the head-to-head, the players from each of the teams, and then the map picks specifically for this match. But looking back at the history from last weekend, I'd like to make a point about the two teams we're going to feature first. So Virtus Pro, 2 wins, 0 draws, 1 loss. They've actually taken the wins overall at a map victory score of 4-2. So they've won 4 maps, they've lost 2 maps. 2 victories on Fort, 2 victories on Bay 5, and a loss on Skybridge and Bowl. This is from the Virtus Pro side of things. You've got Ancient Fighters there, 1 win, 0 draws, 2 losses. Their wins were on Bowl and Bay 5 for that 2-4 wins to loss for the maps. They actually lost on Skybridge, on Bowl, and on Fort. They have a win and a loss on Bowl. Virtus Pro only have a loss on Bowl. The maps chosen for today are Fort, which is where Virtus Pro have taken a win, and Ancient Fighters have taken a loss. Skybridge, where Virtus Pro have taken a loss, and Ancient Fighters have taken a loss. And Bowl, where Virtus Pro have taken a loss and Ancient Fighters have both won and lost. So if we're talking about the maps and performance from past and history, given the choices going into today, realistically, Hort, these maps are Ancient Fighters favored given the results.
Yeah, but I mean, those 2 losses for VP came from XPA, so it's kind of tough because it's not like they were, spread amongst here or there for the other teams. They lost only to XPA. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure I exactly agree just yet. We'll have to wait till we see as we do take a quick look at these map bans and picks, though. Ancient Fighters getting rid of Bay 5, like you said. Starting out on Fort here is Virtus Pro's pick. Skybridge, you talked about Ancient Fighters, some success, some struggles there on Skybridge, but that is their map pick. And then if we do head toward Bowl there, that will be that final decider. So fingers crossed. I love all the Tarkov Arena action we could get today. I'd love to see every single one of these go to a map 3, but I'm just not sure we're going to get there on the first one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough ask for the Ancient Fighters for sure. I mean, we talked about the maps as I was looking at from the past. Fort was a Virtus Pro favored map. They are going to Fort first. It has been their map pick. So we would expect that if any of the games are going to be heavily contested between these two teams today, that for the Ancient Fighters, to see them put up a good performance on Fort would forebode very well for the rest of the best of 3. But I think that the tougher match of the 2 is going to be that Skybridge pick that comes in for our second map in this first best of 3. And it is going to be a case where the Ancient Fighters are fighting, no pun intended, for a chance at a third map.
Yeah, and again, I think Virtus Pro actually plays really well on Skybridge every time I've seen before. I just, they lost to XPA on there, so it's tough. For me, XPA has looked flawless. They have just continuously been getting better and better as time goes on, and honestly, that's my pick to take it all here throughout this, but. We talked about underdogs. I love a good underdog story. I like seeing, top teams get upset. So I wouldn't be unhappy if that did happen, but that's who I got there to all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, do you know what? Since we've got a little bit of time before we do crack on into the first game of today, I am going to quickly put up a prediction for the top 4 because I actually agree with you but disagree with you on so many levels that I think it's a good idea to get the chat involved with this one, get the guys at home giving us some thoughts and feelings on it as well. So, folks, I'll lead. I'll quite happily stand in the front with the clown nose and the funky shoes on. All right, but my 1 through 4 at this moment in time, I actually think Sicario are going to take it home number 1 spot. I think Tarkov helped places 2nd. I think XPA placed 3rd, and I think Virtus Pro place 4th. Yep, unpopular opinion. Fine, you might think I'm cooked. More than entitled to do so, but that's my top 4 for the day. And I think, Hort, you disagree heavily.
Yeah, I've got XPA Academy taking it all. I think it's going to be them versus Virtus Pro in that final yet again. And so for me, that's who I'm focused on is 1 and 2. I think XPA 1, Virtus Pro 2. I'd probably put Tarkov Help at 3rd. And then for 4th place, it's a little bit of a grab bag. I think there's potentially room for upset, but I see that as Sicario.
Very, very interesting. Okay, well, the casters' predictions have been noted in the book, chat. We'll come back and check out on those at the end of the tournament. For now, what we're going to do is check in on the 2 teams taken to the table. And the first map of the day on Fort, it's going to be your Virtus Pro lineup, which is Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy starting for that squad today. And they've got a task, and it's to put away the Ancient Fighters. And boy, oh boy, these 5 members, Hort, well, they've got a lot of fighting in them, haven't they?
Absolutely, they do. And Communica is one that I often get stumbled on when they're popping off in the action there, especially with that snipe as well. But we've seen Dashjet, Vivorn, Gummy, who's actually been going on a tear throughout those group stages as well. A name that I'm not as familiar with, but I certainly am now. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, Oshpult there as well. So, we said it before. We'll probably say it again. There's just so much talent littered across every single one of these teams. So we can make some predictions, but once that action starts popping off, I feel like that paper goes out the window. Anything can happen any given Sunday, and that's what I expect to see a little bit here today.
Well, this is why we like to be able to just hang out, throw our suggestions in the wind, because it doesn't matter. We're going to get to see what happens live in front of our eyes in a very short amount of time for an amazing best of three to kick off the day with Virtus Pro and Ancient Fighters fighting for one of two spots in the next step for the playoff brackets. This is a double elimination, so at this moment in time, not everybody is going to be walking away after one map with their woes between the legs. You're going to get a second chance to slap back and clap back against some of the other teams that do not succeed on their first attempt. Inclusive of that, you guys in the chat also get the ability to claim some prizes of your own, so make sure you've got yourself logged in with your drops linked up to your account whilst we are live here for the day. And it is going to be two best of threes for you today. Following Virtus Pro and Ancient Fighters stacking up for the first, we're going to move down to see Tarkov Help and Pandemic Apex fighting for that second spot against the two teams that have already had their buys in the playoff stage. For those of you that weren't aware, Sicario at the top of their group and XPA Academy in the top of their group claimed themselves a buy for the first round of the playoff season due to their placements.
And honestly, I feel like, there's just so many good teams out there, but we might be sleeping on Pandemic Apex just a bit. They're one of the only teams to take a game away from XPA as well. And so, yeah, it's honestly a great problem to have. I love being in this position where the talent is just so top notch that you start to second guess even some of the picks that you're making, here as we're sitting here in the booth. So there's just so much great talent. I'm excited to crack into the action today. I know this first one's going to be a banger, but I'm certainly looking forward to both of these. And the fact that we get that full best of three, in those group stages, you only get those two matches, so sometimes you end in a 1-1 draw. There'll be none of that here this weekend as we look to claim and crown our champion.
And I'm going to be honest with you, that's going to be another one that I'm keen to looking forward to later on is the Pandas too, because the Pandemic squad, like you said, is the one team that has made that XPA squad that looks particularly strong take the 1L. And it was in a 9-11 mirror match. Let me point that out as well for you, Hort. That XPA Pandemic match was not just XPA dropping a map. It's the closest any team has gotten to them so far in this Arena Cup series of even taking the entire set. 9-11, 11-9 as mirror match results in two extremely close games shows that Pandemic squad, if they show up for the playoff section, every team that is left should have a very, very big question mark stuck next to their name if they match them, because that's the bogey team in this run, right? The Pandemic squad that's taken the match off of the seeded and theoretical, the most favored team to win throughout, given the strength of lineup and how they've played. Well, you wouldn't want to lose your chance at knocking them off the top of the pack to the Pandas being the one that realistically has the most evidence proven that they might do it.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, especially after today. I mean, honestly, I've been waiting all week. Last weekend was super exciting. It was a ton of fun. We had a lot of great talent, both on screen here, casting and on the battlefield. But I've just been waiting all week in anticipation for it to get here. And the next thing I know, I woke up and I'm like, oh, it's Friday already. Let's go. So I'm excited to get all these teams out on the battlefield. And as you mentioned, starting out on Fort here as well. Virtus Pro typically does do very well on this map. You talked about the struggles they had on Skybridge, which they certainly did struggle a bit, but it was against XPA. So it's tough to tell, but it was a 9-3 on Skybridge against XPA. So I do think you have some validity in saying that, there's a good chance Ancient Fighters could take game number 2 away from them.
Could they take the third, though? And this is the part that's really going to be interesting, as they can take the second game off of them, but that still leaves you at 1-1. And although 1-1 in the group stages was good enough, that ship has sailed. We've had a whole 5 business days between that and now, and that means it's elimination time, baby. That's right. We are not going to leave ties settled at a draw today. We're going to be deciding which of the two teams is better without any argument other than the the result that hits the Liquipedia page. Speaking of which, a little bit of a shout out to the Liquipedia page. Folks, if you want to get some more information and look into the nitty gritty of what did happen last weekend, the entire Arena Cup Series 3 information, teams, lineups, results, and map picks are all on that website for you guys to check out, alongside everything that the Battlestate Games website has to offer for the Arena Cup Series Scene 2. Remember, from the Arena Cup Series 2, there is on the BSG page an esports tab now that allows you to keep up to date with all the action and the events and stuff that's going on. So if you're looking forward to getting some more color, context, or even a bit of lore surrounding the Arena Cup Series 3 and some of the amazing artwork that the Battlestate Games graphics designers put into marketing this stuff, then check out the website, hit that esports tab, and get locked in. In addition to that, folks, don't forget to get yourselves following the channel down below. The Hunt Premiere is going to be live throughout all of 2025 to bring your massive fantasies of amazing, epic, competitive esports gaming to life on screen for you, so you can keep those memories in the bank and come back to them later when you're telling your kids all about it when you're old and grey. When pixels are no longer frustrating you, but pushing you to the fury of being able to find the power button to turn the TV off. Well, old man Gramps cracked in the future aside, though, we're going to get some insane gameplay before that, and I guarantee you I'm going to run out of lung capacity several times before we keel over and succumb to life. That being said, I'm wondering if Mother Nature is going to catch a few of our players today, Hawk, because we have seen a little bit of hardcore parkour, shall we say, from a few members that have really been pushing it to the limit in the group stages. There's a lot of highlights, if you've had a chance to check the clips chat, from the first weekend's worth of action, where we saw some insane shots, including the likes of Communica and those spring-loaded boots that seem to be able to give aim assist to jump shots with the AXMC. And I want to talk about that a little bit whilst we've got a moment, Hawk. The Balti. The Balti, the Balti, the Balti. You look at Sicario doing a great job right now, and Furlex is slamming people on that Balti. You look at Ancient Fighters, and you've got some of the greatest players in that team alongside an insane Balti player. You look at XPA, you look at the likes of all of the teams that are succeeding in this tournament now. It's either a TRG or it's an AXMC. Now, one thing I will say, there is a very interesting conversation about that right now, where people are not sure whether the AXMC is actually better than the TRG or vice versa. The argument is that the TRG carries more ergo, is better for like the quicker reaction times, more mobile star player, where the AXMC has a slightly shorter bolt animation. And more importantly, it has a good sound cue to it. So the players are more comfortable knowing when that bolt is ready to fire again, rather than sometimes clicking on the TRG and you don't fire a bullet because it's not quite fully racked.
Yeah, I mean, the sound cue is maybe something your opponents could use to their advantage as well. For me, I still like the TRG just a little bit better. And I think it's so valuable because we talked about, you see some of the players' frustrations with the Enforcer class and having a little bit of difficulty here and there dealing with that. But the TRG, the Marksman class, is certainly one class that's capable of dropping that Enforcer relatively quickly there. So I like that kind of almost chess style game where, you're countering certain things. You're trying to enter with that Enforcer to counter some of these scouts or assault classes. But if that Marksman can pick off that Enforcer early, it can really set your team up for a little bit smoother sailing during that round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the next marks the spot. And when that crosshair from the Razor or the Voodoo, whatever scope of choice it is from that AXMC or TRG, hits the model of the Enforcer, there is one thing that does not ever receive trigger discipline, and that is that scenario right there, okay? Because the big beefcake does not want to be given a chance to escape, because those Enforcers right now are running rampant in the scenes of Arena. That's right, the likes of the PKP, the M60, the Ash 12, the Sega 12 full auto shotgun. Any Enforcer kit right now, Hawk, really is feeling good. And speaking of good, here's some good gameplay for the guys at home. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 for the first best of 3 of the day, the playoffs. Starting off with Virtus Pro, taking on Ancient Fighters on Fort.
Yeah, and the Enforcer class, I feel like I've seen a lot more struggle a little bit with the PKP, a little bit more inconsistent, though. We see Rask here with that Saga. The Piranha rounds have just absolutely destroying the flesh, as the name sounds suiting here, but a little cat and mouse to start things off early here. So a little bit slower pace than we're used to. We see these teams often explode right out of the gate, but a little bit more cool, calm, and collected here as the playoffs start.
Yeah, and speaking of cool, calm, and collecting, I'm going to collect my drops this weekend because there's a couple of really awesome, unique drops specific to ACS only, a Ghost Balaclava, and even a gun paint in those drops there, folks. So make sure you've got yourselves locked up and in for the entirety of this weekend, because you don't want to miss a minute of the action, not just for the drops you're going to get, but also because this is about to get electric. Speaking of, it's 5v5 and we've 50 seconds left on the clock, and here comes the boom. The bomb goes onto site. DOSHJet is going to delete that one as the first.
Oh, Ashbeal DOSHJet finds another as they combine for 2. That's a 2K for Dosh, though, and not a single member for Ancient Fighters has fallen. DOSHJet's on a tear and a flawless round for Ancient Fighters. They said, I heard you talking in the pre-show, Sauce, but we're here to shut you up.
I'm gonna be honest with Mr. Hot. This was what I was worried about. This was the scary I kind of felt might come to the table today. And just look at DOSHJet. I mean, he's definitely not started off sprinting like a marathon runner. No, that man went straight to the future, grabbed his Crash Bandicoot jetpack, and took off. DOSHJet, talk about Dosh Rocket at this point with a 4-piece.
Certainly rocketing out to an early lead here, but you can't jump conclusions. It's only round number 1 here, and of course, Virtus Pro starting out on that attacking side here as well. So right into the mix, a little bit of a faster round this time as they press right in toward Cannon, but Ashbeal waiting with the shotty to the body will drop one hard, quick to find the trade.
A little bit more aggressive tempo out of spawn gives them a 1-for-1 pick. It does take them a little bit more space towards this B site, but short of FMX putting the second down, it was relatively stable. Communica's going to try and lurk into the smoke, but he lurks on into the spearhead of that Virtus Pro attack.
Dreezy finding Gummy on the other side of things. It was a flawless round to start off for Ancient Fighters, but Virtus Pro, a good quick response here in round number 2 so far. It'll be all up to DOSHJet, who's been that juggernaut. He finds the first, but it's Andreezy to put him down in the dirt. Virtus Pro will tie things up.
They get a little bit nervous there for a second. Dosh on the first, and then he instantly picked the next target correctly for the point of problem. For the first thing he would have to deal with that might catch his back open. Doesn't win the second gunfight, but DOSHJet definitely looks like he's on one today. Good to see. Virtus Pro, however, do claim the second round back to tie up one apiece from some good constructive team play and a slightly more consolidated aggressive tempo. Hot.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mix up those strategies. You got to try to keep your opponents guessing. You want to kind of really work the ebb and flow of Tarkov Arena, as we like to call it. And so anytime you can do that and start to win a couple rounds in a row, then you really kind of put that, into your opponent's brain. Where are they going this round? Are they going to run it back down? Is it a little bit of a slower round? Are they lurking? And so these are all little things that can start to add up over time to slowly increase things in your favor.
Oh, look at this. Look at the audio gathering and bait and switch from Virtus Pro. They've put 2 members deep into the mid lane and left the bomb wide out on A to force the rotation to the B site, as it sounds like they're heavy stacking towards B. Now, 2 forward members from Virtus Pro are going to poke and prod their way into this B site and try and get as many picks as possible, whilst the slow squad, the snail squad, well, they're stealthing the way to A. Vivaughn has one first, but Hard shuts him down to 1-for-1 trade, and one of those lurkers now has control of short. Look at the positioning from Virtus Pro here on site, and this one member left from Ancient Fighters. Well, he's going to be ancient history very shortly, unless he gets defiant.
It is Gummy. He's known for shredding the competition to jump over the box, and unfortunately not able to play whack-a-mole there. Magic does miss that one, and now some help coming into the background. We see Ashbeal and Communicate coming in, but Andreezy from downtown with a Kobe will find Gummy. Ashbeal still lurking in the shadows there, though. Has been spotted. Call out comes out, so FMX is going to know they're here as well. Still 35 seconds to work with, but it's DOSHJet again on the backside. FMX goes down.
There's no way, and Gummy's actually done more than enough, because DOSHJet has taken Gummy's distraction and the time that he got for winning that fight in short. What a round! What an insane play! I can't believe that's just dropped out like that. The space gets taken, he moves into short, the guy on site should be dead to rights. Gummy makes the world of space to give the flank time to come through. What a round, what an absolute play out of the Ancient Fighters. Exceptional execution.
Yeah, I think now that we've seen 4 be out for quite some time, we see a lot more of the strategies kind of evolving. Pandaric Apex in the group stage had some of the best I've seen, where they were almost just pushing all the way through Cannon on the attacking side and flanking around from behind, even toward that A site. So it's good to see teams mixing up a little bit, working those lurking flanks and those the flanks from both sides, really. So a good start here for Ancient Fighters. They are on that defensive side of things, though. So Virtus Pro, still got 1 round in the bag. I expect to see a lot of back and forth here.
But look at the adjustment already. So Virtus Pro play that round so that they can pull the Ancient Fighters defense wide. Now Ancient Fighters have to default to a very 2-1-2 split where they're hesitant to overstack a site because of the movement from Virtus Pro. And in doing so, Virtus.pro are now giving themselves space and a bit more time to choose and pick the fights they want to take because they can rely on more predictable positioning like this. And Mini, DoshJet's actually going to be below the spray. Hard doesn't find the connection this time.
Yeah, great situational awareness on that pre-fire, though, knowing often where people sit. But Aspil on this Enforcer class, they've had tough time dealing with him, but FMX able to finally put him down. Hard will find DashJet here in Donut as well. And now they start to fall like dominoes, but there's one lurking here on the side of FMX, and I'm not sure he's aware they're there.
Interesting lurk. FMX is sat in a good position to hold control here. He's got to find this fight into Communica, which he does. That's a second backed up with Magic, who is going to dumpster Vivon off screen as we see the one inside a Mini. Hard has got no time for Gummy inside the archway. And Virtus.pro have no time for being behind in the scoreboard. We're 2 apiece and tied up again.
Back and forth we go, and again, DashJet has 7 on the board already. It was an early kill onto DashJet, I think, that set Virtus.pro up for success that round, but if they can find those early picks on Dash, Aspil as well, on that Enforcer class, they've had a little bit of a tough time being able to put them down, so able to bounce back here, though. Hasn't been able to quite grab that lead just yet, though. We'll see if they can do it here in round number 5.
And I mean, DashJet's shown in recent tournaments, including that of the Pandemic Timmy Cup, the 4v4 tournament that took place. DashJet, one of the pros in the Timmy combo in that one, that showed up and was also the Timmy Cup champion for that. So, I mean, maybe another championship title in his eyes here, but this time around, it's all Virtus.pro straight out the gate. 2 for 1 as we see Rask, the only member to fall over for Virtus.pro.
Magic 777. They don't call Magic for nothing. He's certainly working that magic out here on Fort. Aspil will spot 1. Shots ring down the field here on this Enforcer class. 13 rounds left in the bag for Piranha, but Hard finds Aspil, FMX on the DashJet, and all of a sudden, Virtus.pro, after stumbling just a little bit early, they're beginning to find their stride. They're beginning to look like the polar bears we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it took the first couple of rounds, did Virtus.pro, to look at each other's shoelaces and make sure that they all got them tied, as they seem to be falling over them a little bit for round 1 and round 3. But now, given that they seem to have gotten the rhythm back together, they've gotten the tempo, and through a good couple of rounds of confusion, actually, I have to credit Virtus.pro with how they've stretched the Ancient Fighters' defense a couple of times to make them reconsider being able to be as aggressive about how they've played this defense so far.
This is honestly a very interesting split push here from Virtus.pro. It's kind of a 2-2-1 at the moment. We do see the device circling back, though, opting... Oh, I thought they were circling back, but they just said, hey, you take the device. I'm going this way to create a little bit of a distraction.
This is, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Did they forget to take the bomb to the right side, or did they change their mind halfway through the tactic? It just goes to show either Virtus.pro are adjusting in-round, mid-round, or... pressure that's being put on them. Why? You've got to be kidding. That wasn't even Rask. I'm going to say, if he'd have got that through the smoke, that's wild. The first goes down from elsewhere as the MCX does damage, and Hard's got another one before it pays the price.
Yeah, the MCX, another one of these staples we've seen now since these changes coming into play, and Communica finding one there as well. It's still a player advantage here for Virtus.pro, and we do see that flank coming in one more time here.
Oh.
Aspil from behind finds Andreezy. Rasto able to trade it back, so not too much damage done. And with that VP, we'll be able to maintain that player advantage.
I think somebody needs to ring Virtus.pro real quickly for an emergency interruption. Just let them know that every member doesn't need to touch the bomb before it can be planted. It can just be carried by one member, but it seems like pass the bomb is the way to play today. It's a game of hot potato when it comes to the attacking side. DashJet's playing with his life inside of the smoke on the side. The bomb is down, doesn't get planted. Dosh does get killed in trade, though. Woohoo! That was dangerous.
They're just trying to get that new achievement where everybody touches the device before you plant it.
Yup.
People are probably going to the achievement list right now.
Yeah.
On Reddit. This guy's a liar. VP, though, they double the lead with that one. They're up by 2 now, and so we talked about finding that stride. This is a big round for Ancient Fighters. They need to find a way to slow Virtus.pro down just a bit. They've had some really great flanks, and, you know, even finding at least a minimum of 1 pick from those flanks, but still not able to solidify that round win.
Bomb's going back towards A. This time we've got another 3-2 split, but this time the 3-2 split's way more heavily towards that A pressure. You see the lone remaining member of that 2-man push-through cult actually staying to anchor cult whilst lobby gets contested from 2 different sections. Kitchen's hold. Magic's got a great shot onto DashJet to open up.
Communica has to turn away from the flash there that was dangerously close. Connecting big time, but... again, you take a look at the crosshair placement from both sides, and it's almost flawless every time here. A little game of cat and mouse as Communica just waiting patiently here for them to step into that crosshair. It's been an early pick from Magic, and that was on to DasJet as well. So the star player for AF currently down.
Andreezy setting up for that nade towards the 90 angle. FMX is doing some lurking instead, finds himself a pick onto Communica. Meanwhile, Hard is fully exposed on the site if it were not for the smoke covering off that cave angle. Somehow Gummy's playing with his life. Andreezy does finally pop the nade off. Vaughn pays for that one. Oshfield and Gummy win a piece as Gummy is still playing Slithering Snake on the site. Oh my word.
Yeah, Gummy got a kill through the smoke there as well as the device planner was running away. Andreezy has been on fire with an AIDS, and speaking of fire, it'll be Andreezy and FMX to combine for 2, and now all of a sudden Virtus Pro starting to run away with it.
You have to feel for Gummy a little bit there. Okay, the idea is cool, all right? You're prone out in the smoke, but kind of left a little bit in the middle of nowhere when that smoke disappears, sort of wondering what to do next. It's like, okay, this was great to this point, but now what? Because there wasn't really much else other than crawl to the bomb and defuse whilst prone, which, by the way, can only defuse whilst you are crouched or standing, so it would have been a very, very difficult situation. I mean, we might have had to borrow Magic's name for Gummy for a round if he'd have pulled that off.
Well, that's the moments we live for here at ACS, but FMX continues to be a nemesis here for Oshpiel. Now we see things picking back up here. Magic finding Devorn, and Magic has been on a tear here lately. FMX with 9, but Communica, DasJet. Now Communica again for a second one here as well. Magic and Dreamy just on the other side. I think he spotted the barrel, but it's too late. Magic with the help as Communica will find a pick of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. The barrel distracted him at just the right timing. Unfortunate for them, but fortunate for VP as the member from Beacon swings in support and actually catches him on that awkward spot. Magic now left in a 1v1 has had good work from the team for this round on the bomb in a position for him to pick it up, but it's Gummy, the master of disguise and cookie positioning, that he's going to have to outplay for this one. Checks. I wondered. Did you wonder if he was going to rotate back around then?
You know, I was worried, but there's not a lot of time, and Gummy has the shots. He had his back to him as well, but they don't connect there, and that is unfortunate for Gummy, but now Magic's waiting. He knows this push is coming, and he's got so much time to work with here as well, but he steps into the crosshair, and Gummy able to capitalize there. I felt like Magic had that slight upper advantage, could have slowly backed off, maybe forced Gummy to push into his crosshair, but was feeling confident, had a lot of picks that round, I think 3 prior to that. So wanting to go for it all, it doesn't pay out this time. And with that, Ancient Fighters will get 1 round closer to tying it up.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that both you, me, and Gummy all thought the same thing when he looked left across top mid there was, do I challenge him? Do I just turn and fight him here now because the angle gets rough? And the thought process is because although it may be called short, that's quite a distance to run from top mid down to the A site there without having any hard cover to play around when you are being chased. So it does turn out that Gummy plays the positioning slightly better out in that one. And then from the angle inside the door frame to down out towards short, it is definitely in the favor of the Ancient Fighters player. Do pull around back, but it's still in the lead by 2 for Virtus Pro. That's an early nade to ramp.
Yeah, and honestly, following him all the way around there kind of ensures that he doesn't stop and look to double back and or fake. So really smart decision making there from Gummy, but it's hard to open up the round, finding Communica. Gummy, though, speaking of the devil, will find hard. Ras finds Oshpiel. Some flat stripes up into the kill feed. Ras will get Ras, gets another one. And just like that, Virtus Pro able to find these relatively quick responses back as DasJet does find that one.
Bomb's down in a pretty awkward spot. Virtus Pro have really good control of middle here. Andreezy is on the boxes at the back. Magic's halfway up onto this platform. The second he gets on top, he's going to have to challenge. The shotgun's not going to do the damage it needs. FMJ from that spear is going to put DasJet down. Vivord is the last left alive with many problems, but not a whole load of ways out of him.
Yeah, certainly don't envy Vivorian and the position they're in, but some good early shots here. We see Andreezy, Magic, not a ton of health, much like Vivorian, Vivorn, excuse me, but only 1 kill so far here for Vivorn. So still really trying to get things going. Knows that there's a lot of angles to check. It's just a tough place to be in. Magic, great positioning, great decision making. And with that, Virtus Pro will double that lead once more.
I mean, you can see Vivorn's thoroughly aware of the 2 problems and where they both are, flicking between the top of mid and then the deep section of mid as well. But it's just a battle of numbers, and this is where the numbers ring out. In Tarkov, the TTK is very low, and therefore you don't get given much of a chance out in the open to 1v2 unless you hit an absolute miracle transfer. First bullet headshot on both members. Round number 9 in the bin, 6-3. Virtus.pro continue that lead and stay 3 strong.
Andreezy has had 2 nade kills already today. Brings that one over the top, but doesn't find it. Mark Communica hard, finding early picks here as well. And the Stampede continues toward this A site. In an advantageous position is VP, but from behind, Vivorn will find no hard with a 180. Actually gets the pick before DasJet finds the trade.
It's a good trade back from the Ancient Fighters after Hard made amazing work being able to react to that one. Got me with the smoke out towards Headshot. That'll cover off the 90 box as well. That's a really well-placed smoke. Now Andreezy avoiding the nades. Going to have to try and make something work over Headshot. Tries for the muscle memory on the placement through the smoke. Doesn't find the bomb. Oh man, this Andreezy does not know how close he's been to killing 2 people now in a row.
FMX baiting out the first shots and then finding Ashpeel as Gummy does get one on the Rask. Andreezy, DasJet, all finding picks of their own, and DasJet able to wrap it up. The last standing member here for AF, and that's a big round for AF.
Do you think Ancient Fighters are here just to send us to the 3rd match to contradict the casting bench, or do you think they might actually be here to win this one? Because this is a lot closer than I think both of us had anticipated going into the first map.
If I'm being honest, AF could probably care less about what we think. They are here to win it. I think each and every one of these teams are here to win and go as far as they possibly can. So just here to sprinkle a little bit of excitement and showcase all the wonderful talent we've got here for Arena Cup Series 3. Of course, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. We're into round number 11. AF looking for the comeback.
Almost having to wait. This is not enough space in the archway to get in to be able to help in the battle buddy system. 3 ridiculous kills back to back from Virtus.pro. Immediately shuts out the spearhead of the offense from Ancient Fighters. Bomb is trapped in Arch, and the member out in Garden is going to be removed from the equation too. Vivorn left last alive in a 1v5. Well, he's going to have to light the fire if he's going to find something to be able to escape from this one. Escape he shall not. There's magic for the cleanup, and that round is also in the history books extremely quickly. Only 1 member lost and another round gained, 7-4.
Yeah, I thought that member lost 2 came right at the end from a teammate. I wasn't sure, but almost a flawless round nonetheless. And I think that's the big thing here. Even when Ancient Fighters finds a way to win a round, even if it's decisive and they start to work back in it, Virtus.pro is always good about finding that quick response in the following round, not really allowing Ancient Fighters to find one round in a row. In fact, Ancient Fighters hasn't put 2 rounds in a row yet in this game.
Now, this grenade has been thrown 3 times in a row, and I'm absolutely not surprised to see it smash out a 2-piece, because the first 2 times that it was thrown, they weren't there. It was bound to happen at some point, and Andreezy picks himself up probably the freest 2K out of the opener off of the same nade that didn't find results the first 2 times. Ancient Fighters will be kicking themselves over that one.
Yeah, that's now 4 or 5 nade kills for Andreezy alone. I think maybe the only player with some nade kills, as he says, I can do it all. The shots through the lingering smoke to find Ashpeel. And now it's all down to this. AF only has 2 members versus the 5. They're going to need to pull out a little magic of their own.
Well, I don't think there's enough magic to be able to save him from that one. There was some nice shots onto Raskers. The 1 member laying prone on the floor gets himself taken out from a slight little bit of, should we say, over-aggressive positioning. But nonetheless, with the numbers advantage, Virtus.pro do not care for losing the 1 member there, because it's another round in the bag, and that moves them on to map point, Hort. First in the best of 3. This would put 4 in the bag and push them to series point, moving into the 2nd of 3 potential maps.
Yeah, already at match point, multiple opportunities to close it out here as well for VP, and for just a map that they historically do very, very well on. So AF needs to win 4 in a row if they want to send it in toward overtime. Ashpeel has already been spotted here as well, and Rask on that Enforcer up close and personal will find a way to put Ashpeel down.
Just one of the things that Enforcer does extremely well right now is its oppression and pressure. It is extremely hard to fight into the shotgun because tap, 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 it will do damage. This time, though, shots do not find the home they need to. 2 for 1 VP find themselves up again in the chaos.
Mix with that cheese. Shout out to the Rats. Gummy, Vivorn, last 2 alive here, and it's going to all come down to this, which is why we see AF just playing a little bit slower here. They need to find a pick or 2 before they look to find that plan, and Gummy just slowly crab walking away down there.
He can try and find his way into that site, which is still being held by two. Speaking of which, one of the two in the bedroom. That's not a dream. That one's a nightmare. The bomb goes down. And the last lone remaining member of Ancient Fighters is Vaughn. Coincidentally so, playing that anchor role. He's left with another very difficult and impossible now outcome. Virtus.pro claimed the first map 9-4 after a little bit of a shaky start, but very confident in the close.
Yeah, again, Ancient Fighters just wasn't able to ever put more than one round or 2 rounds in a row, excuse me. They got the first, third, fifth, and seventh round, so only could get one on the board at a time, and you got to be able to find a way to put those rounds in succession, especially if you want to be able to take games away from VP. 13-8 there for Hard, but 13-5 for FMX. Magic 12-5, Andreezy 12-5. Rask filling in with that enforcer role when he needed to at 5-10, but really everybody on the side of VP popping off. We saw those early struggles that made us kind of wonder just a little bit, but I think maybe just some of those first game of the day jitters there, still kind of getting warmed up and into the zone.
Yeah, and a 1-12 performance out of Vaughn is quieter than what we normally expect. Vaughn's having a great set of games previous weekend, and you look at the scores in comparison. You've got 13-8, 12-8, 12-5 versus 7s and 6s on the respective side of the battlefield. Don't get me wrong, big shout out and a tip of the hat to DOSJet hitting up at the top of their leaderboard for Ancient Fighters, also matching the same tempo set by the top 3 players from the Virtus.pro team on the scoreboard, but one player cannot carryeth a team, Horton. We say this a lot of the time. When we move into Skybridge for our second match, it's going to have to be Ancient Fighters really bringing something extra to the table from all 5 members of this lineup.
Yeah, you need everybody to be able to play well. You can have some bad rounds. I mean, we saw DOSJet open up the first round with a 4K. I think he got a 3K in the second round, started off 7 kills within the first 2 rounds, which is great. But at some point, you need a little bit of that assistance from your teammates. You got to find and win those gun battles, or at a bare minimum, find those trades. And it's just something that Ancient Fighters struggled with a little bit, especially during that second half.
Second map, though. First
right.
one out of the way. Got to dust this one off. Sort of refresh that mental, right? Get yourself settled back into the gaming chair. Find that flow state. Find the rhythm. Find a way back into the game. For Ancient Fighters now, it's no longer a game of, take one map at a time. Got to look at this at one round at a time from now on. Like you said, start to really put it together by piecing consecutive rounds together. Not just being able to show that they can hold pace for pace with a team like Virtus.pro, but they need to be able to adapt and stretch their lineup just as Virtus.pro did when they were caught off tempo in the opener of map 1.
Yeah, and AF chose to defend on Fort, but Skybridge is their map pick, and interesting enough, VP has opted to attack first, so they're looking to come out, make a statement early. And again, it's one of those things I feel like if you can get 3-4 rounds on the board during your half on the attacking side, you feel a little bit more comfortable heading into the defensive side of things as well. And Skybridge, kind of like Bowl, is a map where, especially on that A site, those smokes are absolutely key. You can really smoke off all of those sight lines. It makes it a little bit easier to pressure in. And even on the defensive side of things, if you can find those early nades, allowing your teammates to push up into VIP and get those advantageous positions. I know we saw on the group stage, a lot of teams doing that. So I think Skybridge, much like Bowl, is very much more utility centric.
I think it's going to be down to honestly being able to pick the better gunfights as well. We talk about some of the players on each of these lineups being particularly strong when it comes to fighting their space. Virtus.pro from the Arena Cup Series Season 2 was extremely well known for Virtus.pro's member Hard being known as one of the demons of the battlefield across all regions, not just their own. Just somebody that is considered probably one of the top 3 players in the game right now. I would say that the Virtus.pro lineup individually has not popped off to the same heights that we've seen before, but they absolutely have not been tested to the point yet where they've needed to. I'm interested to see whether the first time they are going to be tested is in the second map here by Ancient Fighters, or whether they are going to find themselves again in a relatively comfortable but still a little bit difficult and choppy match going into their first playoff match here. But that further down the line is where the toughest match is going to come. And I mean, we could be waiting all the way until the grand final for that Virtus.pro XPA matchup, which I think is the one that we're all going to be very excited to see.
Yeah, and it's hard to pop off when your whole team just plays well. I mean, we saw 4 of the 5 members for VP in that double-digit kill mark. So, you got to fight your teammates for kills if you want to have standout games. We're going to take another quick look at some of the highlights through Fort here in game number 1. We talked about DasJet, who was absolutely shredding out here today. And you can see through these first couple rounds, already 7 kills on the board for them. And this is where we saw Virtus.pro struggling a little bit in these first 4 to 5 rounds. But once they hit that 5th round, I mean, they just really never looked back, and we saw them kind of continue to dominate there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it definitely was a change of the pace that helped Virtus.pro a little bit. When things were 150 miles an hour or, accelerator slammed to the floor of the car, Ancient Fighters were actually coming out on top of the chaos early on. But the second that Virtus.pro played a little bit wiser about it, spread their pressure by sending 2 members to a site and then 3 to the other site with the bomb being hidden, or even that massive 4-1 rotation that was really cool to see actually round 2, where 2 went through the top of mid and then came through short, and 1 held back on short but then lost the fight in short. But it didn't matter that the fight was lost in short because the flank that had gone round Statue on the other side had been so well timed that the time gained gave them time to get there on the flank, and then it all went down into a messy fight anyway. There's a lot to be adjusted on, okay? And it's good to see that both of these teams have this mobile adjustment. What I want to look at is we're going to Skybridge, and when it comes to quick, chaotic fights over a site, I think it's going to be really telegraphed by Virtus.pro round 1 that I don't think we're going to see a lot of A-site play. Because Sandwich and KFC/Bench are 2 of the most volatile choke points in an aggressive format to snowball around off of. So a lot of teams that play that well will want to dice roll that every time. A team like Virtus.pro that felt a little bit rocked in Fort in the early rounds by a similar style might just go, I don't fancy playing A this game, guys. That dice roll feels a little bit biased. That dice might be cooked. I think we just play B and we play range, and I can see that being strength.
Yeah, see, I think the B, there's a reason we see a lot of teams stay away from B. I feel like on Skybridge, probably 80% of the time that the device goes down, it's on the A site. There's so many long open sight lines on B. I feel like not only is it tough to find that plant, but even the retake can be tough over there. So if you can get the plant down, it's great. But I still feel like we're going to be working a little bit more, probably 60-40 in favor of A. But I think Virtus.pro is going to mix up that strategy. They do a great job. They need to pay attention to the flanks, though. Ancient Fighters certainly had much better flanks. They got a lot of value. I think where Virtus.pro made up for that is in the nade department. Not only the utility, but the grenades. We saw Ancient Fighters get 0 nade kills. Andreezy had 4, maybe 5, but I think 4 by themselves. And so anytime you're finding extra kills with that nade before the round even starts, you're just setting yourself up for success. You have that player advantage to work with. You can use that buddy system, find the trade, and almost guarantee that round win. Unless we see DasJet or someone do something crazy, like they're certainly capable of. But I think those are the 2 things. Virtus.pro has to make sure they address and are aware of the flanks, and Ancient Fighters needs to have a little bit more luck with the grenades.
I think, yeah, I don't want to say luck, and we're definitely not one to criticize from the casting booth, as our skills do not compete with those from the likes of the people here in this level of the competition. However, a grenade that's thrown 3 times in a row, not with rounds in between, but 3 rounds in a row to the same place that doesn't kill you the first 2 rounds, smarts a little bit of tiredness. Not in a sense that it's an unforced error, but I think it is a very forced error. And it's because of how well Virtus.pro reacted to the first 5 rounds of this game, was that Ancient Fighters were forced to really dig deep in the textbook as to which plan to go with next, because they were just hitting them with so much different variety that they really were being pulled from pillar to post. And that's what happens is when you let your concentration slip for just a second on one element of gameplay, the early nade from spawn from 90 on tempo, it catches 2 of you off guard. And I mean, that destroyed the entire lobby push, because he then picked the 3rd member that should have flooded into garden with support from lobby that's no longer there because they've fallen over to a pinball. It's well played, honestly. And it's Andreezy showing us why Andreezy is cool, calm, and collected for the Virtus.pro squad.
Yeah, and let me clarify. When I say luck, I'm not talking about the skills or the nade lineups.
Yes.
I'm just talking
Yeah.
about the simple timing factor itself. Does that nade land in time when they're actually there? Are they waiting? So when I'm referring to that luck, it's more of, I guess, a timing thing per se. But yeah, certainly all of these guys have way more talent than I ever will. But for Virtus Pro, they've got an opportunity to break out the brooms, end it in sweeping fashion here as well. Ancient Fighters, they're hanging on. The back's against the wall. They've got to win here if they want to extend the longevity of this series. But the nice thing about today is if you do suffer a loss, you're not out of it yet. You're not going home yet. You do fall down to that lower bracket, but at least you still got an additional opportunity.
Hey, some say the grass is greener on the other side. Some of the
So
teams
you have to
today,
mow
whether
it.
by their choice or not, are going to get to find out, aren't they? Yeah, exactly. So they're going to get to see, they're going to go over there and see whether the sun's rising on the lower bracket or whether it's actually just the Nightmare Realm that sees them on the way out of the tournament. That's all going to get to unfold in front of everybody's eyes on screen for us here. And we're looking forward to checking in with the lower brackets after today's action to see what that has in store for us over the next 2 days, folks. Don't remember, it's not just action that we're providing here on the Hunt Premier channel. It's a partnership alongside our amazing allies in Battlestate Games. It's all of the hard work that goes in from the background amongst the crew members from the Hunt Premier, the yappers on the scenes, on the screens, and the guys on the keys like Connor and so on that work super hard day in, day out. But it's also thanks to you guys in the chat. All right. So whilst we're waiting for our next two teams, or the same two teams, to load into our next map for the day, we're going to take a moment to say thanks for you guys for being here, because without a great audience, there'd be no point in us putting on the entertainment. So W for all you guys in chat. And as a thank you, don't forget those drops are coming through hot, thick, and fast. Make sure you can lock in for those drops and get them collected. Go for it, Hawk. What have we got to say on this?
I was just going to say, I do want to apologize real quickly. We're actually having some technical difficulties behind the scene. It's going to take us just a couple minutes to iron out. It won't be very long at all, but we do need to toss to just a very short break to get these things ironed out. So guys, grab those snacks, grab those drinks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience and apologies for the delay. The technical difficulties going on in the background have now managed to be resolved thanks to the diligent hard work and effort from the guys cooking in the background, the Hunt Premier crew. So take a moment to say W and thank you to the hard effort being put in the background there, alongside all of the guys getting that rectified. But alas, the wait is now over. We are back. My name is Cracked, joined today by Hot Sauce for the Arena Cup Series Season 3, Day 1. The playoffs section. That's right. We've already seen our first map, and we're going to be slamming on into our second one. It's Skybridge, and well, I think it's two of the contending teams for a potential top 4 spot today. Hot.
Yeah, heading on to Skybridge, you wonder if, does this little bit of a delay hurt Virtus Pro at all? They struggled opening in those first 3 or 4 rounds, but they found their stride. They had a lot of momentum in their favor, but there has been a little bit of time to cool off here as well. And again, huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes for always making us look good. It's not easy dealing with those technical difficulties. I pull my hair out and just throw a temper tantrum. They hand it with ease. So we certainly appreciate everybody back there. But we are ready to get this action unfolded here for you. As Cracked had mentioned, this time we're heading over towards Skybridge, where this is a map where Virtus Pro did have a little bit of trouble, well, maybe a lot of bit of trouble, but against XPA, a 9-3 loss for them on Skybridge in Group Stage A.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as the Hunt Premier crew has dusted the technical difficulties off their shoulders, I think the Ancient Fighters are going to have to dust match 1 off of their shoulders too, because it was a good start from them. They did make a very valiant effort to the first half of the tempo of the game, but once the Virtus Pro lineup had got a hold of the rhythm, the tempo, and the reins on the horse and the cart, well, they steered it straight the way towards success. They did drop around, like you said, Hawk, 1, 3, 5, and 7 in the rounds there in the first match that they picked up those individual successes. But we on the casting desk were asking to see Ancient Fighters put together a little bit more than just 1 at a time. We want to see them try and get 2 or 3 consistent rounds back to back to really be able to challenge this Virtus Pro lineup. Or Virtus Pro are going to find themselves smoothly sailing on to taking on their next competition, which will be that team that got the bye from their group.
Yeah, if they can find a win here today, they'll go up against Sicario, which, flashback to ACS number 2, it was Virtus Pro who put Sicario out in those opening rounds of playoffs. So I'm sure Sicario would like a little bit of revenge there if they get that opportunity. But we still got to get through this best of 3 first. It will be up to Ancient Fighters to win out here on Skybridge and look to send us toward Bowl.
Looking forward to maybe seeing a map 3. As much as we might have to be at the perspective where we might not get there today for this first match, I don't necessarily think we're going to see the third. I do think that Virtus Pro have what it takes to be able to close it out here. I am delighted to see some bowl action. It is one of my favorite maps to play personally, and I think it's one of the maps that really does lend itself towards that utility-based gameplay. And this is where I struggle to see Ancient Fighters coming out of this match with a victory, regardless of whether it's over 2 or over 3. We saw Andreezy in Fort, showing us exactly how strong the Virtus Pro lineup has for 1 member when it comes to utility. We go into a map that is very strongly driven by utility, and I feel like Virtus Pro are going to favor that as another home court, almost a second favored matchup.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like, especially after suffering that 9-3 loss to XP Academy, I feel like they immediately went back to that VOD review. Okay, what do we do wrong? Where could we have done something different to maybe change the outcome of that round? I mean, they're pros for a reason. They've got a great system over there. There's a reason they won the last Arena Cup series as well. So being that type of competitive pro player, in my mind, they went right back to the drawing board for Skybridge. So I expect to see a little bit different of an outcome on Skybridge here today, and I expect to see Virtus Pro come out swinging again. One thing I like about Virtus Pro is they're not afraid to be aggressive, even on the defensive side, but they do a really good job of mixing up what rounds they are aggressive and when they kind of slow it down again. Just always trying to kind of keep that enemy guessing.
Yeah, and we had to look at some of the details from last weekend and how many times each of the maps have been picked, and not including our next best of 3 that we're going to feature today, which the maps have been decided for and are included of this figure, but we're not going to spoil them for the guys at home until we've concluded our first. The map picks are as follows. Skybridge has been selected 5 times, Bowl 8, Fort 10, and Bay 5 a total of 7. To say that Skybridge is the least selected map is a very interesting perspective, and over all of that, Hot Sauce, he's a big fan. He does love himself Definitely a VIP of the Mustache title, but I think that's about the only part of Skybridge that you resonate with, if I'm right.
Yeah, I'm just not a big. I mean, I like casting Skybridge, but as far as playing it goes, I'm not a big fan of the map just because it is just so heavily A favored. I'd like to see maybe just some minor adjustments to the B site to make it a little bit more viable of a push. But I just feel like all the action happens around A site. Now, I do like it though when casting. We talk about those smoke lines. You know, you can really cut off that site whether you're on defense or offense. So it's about who gets there first. And I kind of like it when you've got a guy designated for the grenades and a guy designated for the smokes. You get that, especially on defense. If you can throw that nade first, it really slows that push down. They don't want to run into that nade and allow Andreezy to kill him, which allows you to get those smokes up further down the line, and you can eat up more of that space. Get into VIP, get in toward Rat, and kind of set yourself up for a little bit better of a defensive position.
Mr. Hort says no B. I decide to defer to a traditional British movie, a classic. Oh, behave, sir. They're going to find a lot of B action, I'm reckoning, today. And Austin Powers might not be the one that's slinging that Balti, but I'm telling you now, it's Balti abuse raining down from heaven and hell that is going to dominate that B site. And that is what I'm actually really looking forward to from our second map here. Who of each of these two teams is going to go to that AXMC or TRG combo? I mean, we know Communica is more than comfortable with playing it, as are many members from each of these two lineups. However, they looked really good on just the standard loadouts. A double enforcer, a scout and a couple of assaults, or a couple of scouts and an assault. And we saw Vivon, who, you know, is one of the newer players to defer to this assault with an ACOG style scope meta on it, that the likes of Kiyoshima has been favoring very much so as well, which is a new look on the arena scene. This is a very, very recent thing. One of the most recent tree adjustments was that those 1x 4x scopes can now be used alongside that assault class, and that the firepower meta score got increased as well, so that there's more room for kitting your guns out and putting a few more bullets in there. So I don't know whether it's going to ride the tempo of this game. I don't know whether it's going to dictate whether that will be the difference maker, but I do think we need to look out of the gate. And, well, we're on board with one of those assault classes straight off the rip, but Communica is communicating pain.
Yeah, I said that's all groovy, baby. But if the device doesn't go to B, then there's no sniping to be happening at B. And, well, with KFC and other things over here on the A side, I think it's going to be all get in my belly, boys, because I'm ready for the action. And we talked about utility being huge here. This time it's AF who starts out with an early nade kill onto Magic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering which way that Virtus.pro are going to get a hold of the minds of Ancient Fighters. Are they going to blag me now or blag me later? We'll find out very shortly as to which one of these two rounds becomes the confusing conundrum that they caused inside of that third and fourth adjustment on Fort. Interesting to see only one death so far, though, on a very chaotic site on the A site for Skybridge. The bomb's down with 4 alive. And there's 5 on the defending side ready to retake. Communica, however, is deciding to communicate more of that pain. That's 2 for them from this round, all on their own, some lonesome.
Hard pressing through the smoke, finds 2, and Oshpiel gets 1. Unfortunately, Communica with some miscommunication, taking out a teammate there as well. And now all of a sudden we're back to a 2v2. It seems like VP has a little bit of a better positioning here with this VIP angle as well. And so all of a sudden, you know, things starting to shift just a bit. But I flash back to Fort, and honestly, round 1 was very slow on Fort as well.
Yeah, despite error 404, enemy not found, it's going to find themselves flattened immediately after. I did think that Communica had gotten a whiff of the enemy, but Andreezy is saying it's way too easy for me. Whew. The second's clinical. Crisp, clean, and clear. 2-piece from Andreezy, 2-piece from Harden. Virtus.pro, well, despite a couple of off-tempo kills from Ancient Fighters, they definitely look just as good as they did on 4.
Yeah, they only needed 4 to take that round. They had a little help from Communica, who did unfortunately take out their teammate Oshpiel there, but it's only round 1, so you have time to take that deep breath and reset. But again, we can already see kind of that fast stampede back toward the A site here from Virtus.pro on the attacking side.
Both teams back with 5 players on each side of the pitch. Magic finds 1. Communica says Magic shall be dispelled and counterspelled immediately. But 1 apiece, the trade comes out. Smoke over VIP is going to keep Rask pinned in there for the time being with that shotgun. Doshjet finds Hard outside of the site, playing nice and deep over towards the 90 angle, E-Box and Banana. Flash out over the smoke's going to force a little bit of the Ancient Fighters' retreat, but only as far as the back of A site. Ooh.
Those shots were just over that crouched opponent there for FMX as well, almost finding a pick through the smoke. And now Rask will spot one as he jiggles out. Gummy on the pre-fire, not able to hit the mark yet. And he'll continue to teeter with them. Shots ring out both directions, but nobody able to find the pick just yet.
It's so interesting to me that these marksmen have not driven the play so far, nor have we seen a PKP or an Enforcer with the slam. It's mostly shotguns. It's mostly MCXs, and a nod and shout out to Kirk, who did some math between last weekend and this. MCX now currently the most picked weapon, and that's right, ladies and gentlemen, not a single M4 or HK has seen the scene so far yet in Arena Cup Series. 0% in the 5.56 platform, Vivon. Ooh, I'm surprised that man's still alive, but he's not going to be for long. And Dreezy finishes the kill off. Rask has one from inside a VIP.
And Dreezy, I think, heard those audio steps there on the other side of the smoke as well. And now already jumping across to get that defusal. I'm not sure they heard it. And now the Ninja defuse coming in. It's going to be AF who sneaks this round out from underneath them.
I think we're both a little shocked in the booth. And accurately so. Ancient Fighters seem to have also returned to map 2 with a similar amount of stability as they did in the beginning of map 1. The question we've got to ask is, have they got it in them this time to be able to convert to a map victory and force us to a third?
Yeah, again, they've got to be able to find a way to put more than one round on the board in a row. They've got to find some wins in succession. So this is an important round for them, an opportunity to take the lead for the first time here on Skybridge as we hear those nades raining down early, but pressure into VIP. Finds the first one on the Magic. Rask gets Oshpio and back and forth. Plaid Stripes in the kill feed once more.
Yeah, this time Ancient Fighters come out on top. Communica's got that second, and again, Communica making their name known in Skybridge here for their team. 4-1 so far, good in the kill feed. Matched out only by Andreezy, 3-0 so far. Still alive in this round to be able to continue his killing spree. The Bomb and teammate currently over towards KFC, just playing the life for the time being. We do still have that B anchor from Ancient Fighters, but not being tested or called to order yet.
AF. A slight player advantage here in round number 3. Shots continue to ring out, and the smoke begins to plume and eat up all of that space there. So with that, we should see VP look to pressure forward here, trying to avoid all of those pre-fires, but they're able to get into this position again. They've done a great job of finding this plant every single round so far on the A site.
But really good awareness from the Ancient Fighters. The second the smoke comes out over E-Box, that B player that was anchoring the site immediately rotates up because they know that's probably the side of entry. And the B player is here to support the second the bomb goes down. So they have the full 48 odd seconds to be able to retake this. It is 4v3. As long as the battle buddies play out properly, this should be relatively consistent from Ancient Fighters. Unless Andreezy gets a noticeable play on the site, he's going to get one, but the second gets closed out as Gomi does find the trade. FMX has one on the angle. Now with 2v2, with site control in favor of Ancient Fighters. Pressure goes down. FMX hits the right person, though. Gomi's left alive in the 1v1. 10 seconds on the clock.
Gummy was pretty brave trying to pick out that weapon in the open, but in the end, Hard able to find Communica. It was a close round, but Virtus Pro will be able to regain the lead here once more. And, well, they won that round. Speaking of winners, we got one in chat. Big shout out to Dank Green Dino coming in, winning that EFT Arena standard key there as well. Be sure to join the Discord and make a ticket so we can get that key over to you as quickly as possible. And again, congratulations.
Really well played to Virtus Pro there. You take the site with authority. Ancient Fighters match the tempo all the way down to the bomb being planted, but what they don't manage to do is put enough pressure down that Virtus Pro gets off of site for free. All 3 members, nobody gets glad. We're going to talk about that in a second as Rask and the rest of the team are stacked up to KFC in the first. Paying the price, Communica's down. Gummy in a really dangerous spot. He's going to find one more. Isolation will be safe. What was that?
I like that. That was a jumping fire squad. Rask and crew showing them how we do, but DOSJet Magic finding picks of their own. Unfortunately, it's all down to Vivern, who's 1-3 currently. I think they ended like 1-12 in that previous one. So with a kill here, they could have already doubled up from that previous round. Unfortunately, they're going to step into the crosshairs of Magic, and that's not an ideal situation. Virtus Pro, will begin to extend that lead a bit. Now they got that 2-point cushion.
Yeah, Vivon had a thought in his mind, fry him like a potato, and the man on site had a different thought. Not today. Back he goes. Vivon is unable to extend that kill-to-death ratio any further than the previous match, but many more rounds still to do it, and for this one, the Ancient Fighters definitely looking a little bit more consistent from my perspective on keeping their members alive, but again, Hawk, it's like 4/5 of the puzzle are great, but we're missing that final piece of Exodia to keep putting rounds consecutively on the board from an Ancient Fighters perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I like this play here from AF, though. They're sending 2 on a very fast flank up through B because Virtus.pro hasn't put any pressure toward B. How are they going to be paying attention to this flank, though? That's the important question.
This is about to get messy because the bomb's about to get pinned within hell. Look right now at the 2 members at the bottom of the lobby. One down. Ooh. Okay, Virtus.pro did a really good job of trying to actually relieve that pressure in the space. So look at the bomb, though. The bomb is hovering on Heaven completely on their own, whilst the rest of the Virtus.pro squad is sandwiched between Communica and the 2 members playing default defensive A. Oh no, the bait and switch. Oh my word, and the 2 of them are going to go check B site as well. And the second they do, the Virtus.pro lineup are going to flood the site. Look at it move, Hot. It's like a smooth working engine. Oh my word.
Magic spots Doschet here as well as shots ring out. The nade a bit high on that one as the device does go down, and Communica finds FMX, but because they have all of this space, they're able to plant this device out in the middle of the site, which makes this post-plant position a much easier one.
1 for 1, a little bit of a discipline misstep there from Gummy as he's caught mid-air. Birds fly, but PMC certainly don't. Hard bringing that one down to the ground very quickly, and Communica left in a tough spot is going to walk on into the crosshair of that same member in Hard. The round is closed out 4-1. Virtus.pro, again, it looked like it could have gone somewhere, but the discipline and the composure in the back half of the round is definitely favored for the Virtus.pro squad right now. They are playing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love the flank from AF, but the problem is they didn't slow down soon enough. So because they both sprinted just a little bit too far, VP heard those audio cues and was kind of set up and ready for that flanking play. But again, I mean, Virtus.pro, they like this A site. They continue to stampede down over here. And again, this is why I don't genuinely like to play it, because we see all the action happening over here. And speaking of action, it's Communica to open it up with an 8 kill.
Got to look at it from one perspective, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the Ancient Fighters have decided to try a completely crazy strat. We've got rabbits jumping up over the hills. It's whack-a-mole inside of VIP, and Rask and Hard are going to decide to delete the majority of the pressure with their own plays on the ground. Communica's got 2 from the response, though, and Ancient Fighters pull it out. What is this? It's chaos in the Coliseum, and it all comes true in VIP.
Honestly, I think that opening nade pick for Communica was huge. He finds the opening nade pick, immediately follows it up with a secondary kill, and then we see just a game of hopscotch there in the VIP room as they battle back and forth with the jump shots. But it was Doschet in game number 1 who was on fire. But Communica now already with 10 kills, the first player in the entire game here to get to those double-digit kill marks.
I mean, that's a statement in itself. We're 6 rounds into the game and Communica's already 10-4. What a phenomenal performance to be putting out for your team. And against this quality of a lineup, I mean, it's Rask again for the first blood with the shotgun. This time, Rask has got 3! You're kidding me! Magic for the 4th, and this one's just about set and done for. Hey, up! Vivon might have woken up, though. There's the second. Vivon has finally doubled down on that kill feed. Challenge from me. Close step today does not take him out. Has good position. He is in a lot of pain and concussed right now.
Yeah, light bleed, heavy bleed. Not much you can do when you're seeping blood out of every orifice and there's 4 guys throwing a hailstorm of bullets downfield at you. Rask, though, a huge 3K on that round. And unfortunately, it's just a little bit of inconsistency for Ancient Fighters. We saw Doschet popping off in game number 1, Communica here in game number 2, but we talk about consistency being key. And so we've got to get them to all pop off together. We need that cohesive unit firing on all cylinders, especially if you want to take a game away from a team like Virtus.pro or some of these other top-tier teams in the league.
and it makes you just petrified. You hear the shotgun start, you see one hit the kill feed, and you wonder which one's going to finish third. The sound of the shotgun going off on the kill feed lighting up with extra kills to see Rask get 3. This time, Oshfield trying to cosplay a Rask on his own. Inside, the swapping position to the doorway. The trade of space actually goes in the favor of VIP, and 2 members on opposite teams give each other a kiss before the engagement goes down.
I feel like they just drove by each other and did a double take. Like, oh crap, this isn't where I parked my car. Oshfield, though, will find FMX as Andreezy makes it look easy. Rask continues to be a nemesis with that Enforcer class, as Hard will find the final kill. And again, we see these moments of shining of greatness here from Ancient Fighters, but as soon as they get a round win, Virtus Pro quick to find that response, and it's been Virtus Pro who puts rounds up in bunches. Ancient Fighters still not able to put more than 1 round on the board in a row, and it's just something that they've struggled with a bit here today.
Yeah, and if you've not come with your own Gear 5, you're full on Joy Boy form today in this match, then don't go into VIP, because that is a very intense playstyle right now. Every player that's got anything about them and then anything extra to throw at the scenery, including the kitchen sink, is going into VIP and causing absolute chaos. So I am just wondering how many members they can actually fit through the doorframe at this point in time. Short of that, I think everybody's going straight back to VIP, and it looks like Virtus Pro are ready to take the fight again. 2 of them are going. Oh my word. Here we go. 1v1. Shotguns. Rask and Oshfield. The dance goes down. Oshfield has it first this time. FMX and Magic follow it up with 1 or 2 apiece each, though.
Loving that battle of the Enforcers in VIP to see who the VIP actually is, but Oshfield able to claim the title that time, as Hard will still find Vivorn, and again, Hard now on a tear with a 2K of their own. Gummy all alone here. We'll find Hard on the backside of the play, though. The device down here as the smoke will begin to dissipate, but it's a 3v1 clutch situation here now in the hands of Gummy.
This is where they've got to play this one out. Gummy's got to play this with the most patience possible. He knows he's 1v3 now after looking at the scoreboard, but about 60 seconds to be able to fend off this assault. The bomb is under his control, but the numbers are not. And Magic's positioning, oh, this might be all she wrote, and it is.
Yeah, again, it's tough. We see those moments of greatness, but at the end of the day, it's been Virtus Pro who's consistently playing well. 12 for Rask, 11 for Hard, and the rest of the crew falling into line here. Now 7-2. I think it was 9-4 was the finish of the first one on Fort. Ancient Fighters now on their map pick, but still experiencing some of that trouble here as Virtus Pro is, again, after that first 4 rounds of Fort, they found their stride, and they're not slowing down anytime soon.
Oh, gosh. Just wondering which one of the 2 members is going to come out of VIP on top this time around. Slight adjustment. Again, both members are in there. Rask does not give Oshfield a chance to get a bullet off this time around and trades him back revenge for the previous.
So close to that nade as well.
Oh, Communica actually got hit by it. You can see a little bit of damage from Communica there. Doesn't take the full lethal, but a little bit whilst getting a kill for the gun. Rask has found a second.
Oh! Oh, and Vivorn finds Dashjet as well. Eventually takes out Magic, but getting caught with the Saliwa over there like a deer in headlights. Uh-oh, the heal animation. Don't want to bring that Saliwa to a gunfight. With that, VP back on top, looking to go up to match point now. It's all down to Vivorn, who's still only got 2 kills on the board. That flank lurking through that smoke behind. They begin to linger forward. Shots ring out. He spots one. The shots were good, and Vivorn able to find FMX. Ducks into VIP here, but still not aware that Andreezy is behind there. Big kills for VP as now they're sitting at match point.
Yeah, I think the only thing in this game currently right now, slightly scarier than what we just witnessed on screen as a jump scare, is being witnessed to Shadow of Tagilla, or the Vengeful Killer, running at you from round a corner without any audio and absolutely making you lose your mind. And that Labyrinth event has now passed for the time being, so all of the jump scares now safe for Arena. We got witness one just there, and I think Oshfield was witness to one as well, as Rask did death's work, shall we say, inside of VIP. Immediately deleted that point guard from the Ancient Fighters side and puts that team towards not only match point here, but series point in the best of 3.
Well, we're into our 11th round, and we're going to see our first B push here. Oshfield open it up nicely, finding that pick. Magic so low on health here as well, and it's going to have to heal up just a bit. Oshfield took quite a bit of damage, but they've got the numbers to work with now as they begin to look to find this plant toward the B site.
little bit of a 180 whip from the bomb planter so they don't get flashed by the flash onto site and entry so that they can squeeze the space out and apply that pressure as quick as possible. Bomb is planted with good cover from DashJet. And Ancient Fighters are going to be able to depreciate away from the site so that they aren't caught out on angles. DashJet with an insane headshot rips the dome of Andreezy off of the point, but Hard and FMX have got other thoughts about the rest of the team.
There's Gummy putting in work in the background. We hear the shots ring out. FMX will be claimed here as well. Circling back, though, onto the steps. It's Gummy to find Hard, and Magic with no health, and a 2v1 runs right into the crosshairs and the waiting arms of DashJet, who puts him in the ground, and AF will look to trudge through the trenches, but they're going to have to get 5 in a row if they want to send this one off into overtime.
I mean, what a time to prove us wrong if they're ever going to do it, right? 5 B hits in a row. We're not going to play A anymore. We're not going to drop rounds one at a time. We're going to do them all consecutively. This would be one heck of a turnaround at one absolutely crucial point in time to do it if the Ancient Fighters have got any thoughts of a map 3 in this tie. Right now, they need to put 5 additional together just to push it to overtime. If Virtus.pro catch them slipping once, that is this match done and dusted with, and they will have to return with thoughts and fury from the lower bracket.
DashJet immediately going down to Hard as Vivorn will at least find that trade back. Shots continue to ring out here as Ashpia will find Rask and begin to win that VIP battle over there of the Shotties. And Nades will rain down. AF once again has this player advantage to work with, but they're slowing down just a bit. Ashpia from behind almost finds that one, but the nade will as well.
It's a good call, actually, from Vivon that the nade's gone out towards Rat Oshfield, just getting to back off a little bit, make sure he doesn't take any damage from the nade himself. Knows the kill is going to be confirmed. Enters onto site, loses the member, though. FMX putting pressure down onto Gummy. Good positioning out of Vivon from winning that VIP fight, though. Allows him to trade back that member on site. Ball hasn't been planted yet. There we go. It's just Andreezy to defend.
Well, Andreezy finds a consolation prize on the way out. Unfortunately, not able to win that round, and so we see Ancient Fighters cutting that lead in half. Still 4 more opportunities for the Polar Bears to close this one out, however. So, honestly, you feel like if Ancient Fighters could find a way to get 4 in a row and send it to overtime, the momentum would certainly shift in their favor, but you have to feel like VP is going to be able to close out at least one of these next 4 rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to go into the half at 6-2, and then see Virtus.pro take 2 rounds back-to-back on the opening from your swapping of sides going on to the attacking side, and then put 2 together consecutively after it. Definitely shows that Ancient Fighters have got it in the tank to be able to continuously put these together, and the B-side pressure and push, including the distraction in VIP again, is going to have the same fruition as it did the previous attempt. As long as this is played out with speed and tempo, Virtus.pro will not be on time to be able to stop the plan. They will be able to pick up a few members on the exit, though, if they are quick enough.
Well, it's Gummy who's going to find the first one to set AF here up for this comeback a bit, but Andreezy finding DashJet and Vivorn. DashJet maybe not seeing there peek around that pillar, so a big turnaround here for VP all of a sudden.
Yeah, it did look like DashJet got caught a little bit, keeping an eye on red too much, slightly tunneled into the angle that he needed to hold whilst the bomb was being planted, and Andreezy not only gets him covering the plant, but he also gets the planter for free before the bomb goes down. Then it's just simple cleanup, and Virtus.pro, like we said, all it's going to take is one slip from the Ancient Fighters, just one, and Virtus.pro will close it out.
Well, it's 9-4, just like game number 1. Now, we did see Ancient Fighters put 2 rounds in a row right at the end of the game there, but unfortunately, it's one of those things that might be just a little too late at that point. But a great fight nonetheless. You like the fact to see him fighting tooth and nail all the way to the very end of the game. Unfortunately for them, they are going to have to dip down into that lower bracket to keep that dream alive. For Virtus.pro, they're going to advance into day number 2 there in the upper bracket. And, well, we talk about that revenge map from that previous season. Sicario taking on Virtus.pro. Will Sicario be able to seek out that vengeance, or will, history repeat itself?
It's going to be one of the amazing things that we're going to get to feature from day 2's worth of action. Before we get to lock into that, Hort, we've got a whole the best of 3 to decide before we get there. The Pandas and Tarkov Help have got some work to do to find out which one of those 2 is going to go up against their respective counterpart that took the bye through from the playoff section from the group stage. That being said, though, this match is concluded. Virtus.pro take a convincing 2-0 victory in the best of 3 from the playoffs in the first match against Ancient Fighters. Ancient Fighters ends up with 4 rounds on each map, so the 9-4 on both Fort and Skybridge. A good performance out of the Ancient Fighters, but Virtus.pro showing us why they are the Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions and why they are back here to fight for another shot at that title.
Well, I gotta say, it just makes it that much more interesting. We have Pandaric, who did take a game away from XPA. We have Sicario, who did take a game away from Tarkov Help. And so you take a look at the way the schedule kind of plays out, or the record, excuse me, is what I mean there. And you feel like Tarkov Help on paper seems to have the slightly better team, but I think if we're going to see an upset today, it could be in this matchup here with Pandaric. I'd love to see this one go all the way to 3. And if it does, Pandaric's been playing very well on Fort. I believe that is going to be that final map if we happen to get there. So I'm excited to see how this next one plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that everybody is completely and utterly clear with how the format works, these first 2 matches, the upper bracket quarterfinals, are qualifiers for the lower bracket stages, okay? So the Ancient Fighters, as good as that was, that is going to be the last time we're going to get to see them for the Arena Cup Series Season 3, and the same will be said for the next matchup today, folks. Both of these matches are elimination matches, and the losers of the match in the next section of the bracket, so Sicario versus now Virtus.pro, and then XPA taking on the winner of whichever one of these 2 teams is successful here. The unvictorious teams of that upper bracket semi-final will then go down into the lower bracket semi-final from there. So, GG's well played to the Ancient Fighters, but it is arrivederci, au revoir, goodbye for now, until we see them next time. Then, we're going to get to find out which one of the 2 teams is joining them on that highway out to the sunset, Hort, Tarkov Help or Pandaric Apex.
Yeah, I need to find my dunce cap over here so I can put my dunce cap on real quick, because I must have misread the bracket. That's 100% on me there for that one. So apologies across the way, and GG's all the way around. But yeah, one exciting series done and dusted. We've got one more on the day, Cracked. But I mean, do you have thoughts and feelings for this next one as far as Tarkov Help versus Pandaric goes?
Yes, lots of. I'm not sure that all of them are going to be greatly received by the Pandaric fans, because as much as we do love a panda, this is another one of those buckets of worries, my friend. Now, the one redeeming feature that I really have in my pocket docket for this next matchup is that result in the group stage versus XP Academy. And that is going to be my talking point from Pandaric's perspective coming into this next elimination match, is they went 1-on-1 with arguably the top seeded team to take this tournament, given current state of each of the teams. They didn't just take a map off of XP Academy. They went 11-9 to 9-11, which means that is 2 extremely close maps that could have gone either way both times over. Neither team dropped the mental. Neither team had a player or a couple of players that let the ball drop. Both teams made it look competitive all the way through. If we're looking at Tarkov Help right now, and their record of who they've played against going through the Cup Series, they have not necessarily had the toughest of matches to play. Okay, the only team that they really had any form of difficulty against, in theory, is that of Sicario. And respectfully, they went 1 apiece with Sicario, except the results in that match were 9-5, 7-9. They weren't overtime barn burners. They weren't like drawn out matches. They were, each team took their map pick.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you take a look at Pandaric, and really the same could be said for them about, their match with XPA. It was 11-9 on Bowl and then 9-11 on Fort. And so, very close games against what you said, arguably one of the best teams, if not the best seeded team here in this tournament currently. So for me, it's what Pandaric team do we see today? Are they going to show up and be that dominant force, that very explosive force that we're used to seeing? Or do they have these minor mistakes that they're going to have to deal with and look to overcome? So I think if that top Pandaric Apex team shows up today, we very well could see this one going all the way to 3. But if they have some of those early struggles or a little bit of those mishaps, then Tarkov Help should be able to close it out in 2.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Tarkov Help have a track history inside of Cup Series events and these kind of events of not necessarily meeting up to the standard that people thought of them before the tournament. And it's only a case of dropping the ball once or twice. They've only looked like they are weaker in a couple of matchups for each of these tournaments. I went and did a bit of research into this, actually, because Tarkov helped finish second in the last Cup Series. But they had a rough journey to get there. And this is where I feel like Tarkov Help could find Panderic Apex being their bogey team. Because if the Panderic Apex that went 1-1 against XPA 9-11 on both maps turns up against Tarkov Help here, I actually disagree with you. I think it's even stronger an argument that we don't go to 3, that we might just see a Panda 2-0.
I mean, that would be amazing. I don't quite see that on the cards, but I would certainly be here for it. I think it's either going to go all the way to 3, and I'm going to slightly favor Tarkov Help here, or done in 2 to Tarkov Help. But you know, I like the fact that we have differing opinions. But again, Tarkov Help. Kind of like you mentioned, right? Tarkov Help. They had these people had these expectations of them, but they haven't always performed as well. Honestly, the same could be said about this Panderic squad as well at times. I think Alice has said it many times, including even their Counter-Strike team as well. So it's something that they've struggled with in some of these bigger moments, but you know, they've been playing for a while now together as a team, like we said, formerly Oil Rig. So I think it's a really good testament for them here today. And they certainly could make their own little stamp across the scene with a big win here today, especially a 2-0 defeat. But I don't think it's going to be quite that easy.
I'm not sure. I'm interested, honestly. I'm really curious to see which one of the two comes out on top. Before we do, we're going to get to bask our eyes in the glory of the match that we got to witness for the first of today. Here's some of the highlights from our second map, the Skybridge, as we get to be on board with one of the battle buddies, one of the battle bunnies in the Virtus Pro lineup after we saw that hop, step, and a jump round inside of VIP. Magic with some crucially pixel-perfect crosshair placement there. Closes out the KFC aggression. Those shotguns hot, actually, because I'm sure we're going to get to see a couple of them in a second.
Yeah, Rask, I mean, was just an absolute menace. This is that flank play, the double flank play that we saw coming in, VP able to navigate. But you take a look at these highlights, and you're going to see that 95% of them are happening over here around the A site. Hard there finding that one. Here is that jump fest in VIP between the juggernauts themselves as Rask finds that first one. Hard coming in with some assistance, but it was Communica who actually pulled off that round win there for them. A lot of great highlights, even though, you know, Ancient Fighters only took 4 rounds. There was honestly a lot of great highlights from both squads. Maybe not that one where Vivorn killed their teammate there, but other than that, mostly good.
Yeah, a little bit of a battle buddy adjustment there where things got a little bit unfortunate. Both teammates strafing in the opposite direction into each other. Seeing a nice close out there as Dosh Jet manages to close one of the rounds in the B site push, which again, going to be a talking point when it comes to Skybridge if we see this map selected again going forward, is that B site had a much higher success rate for the Ancient Fighters than the A site did, mostly because they only hit it twice. They can't really argue the logic in that because we don't have enough of a test pool from the B site to really counteract that of the A, but there definitely is an argument there. You're not having success, although it might not be a favoured site to attack. Maybe that's the kryptonite of the other team. Maybe they're relying on the fact that the B site's not contested as much. Maybe you can lean into that to try and gain an advantage. So Skybridge, well, that's going to be a conversation we're going to get to have in the future, but not so soon. Because for our next match, we've got a complete change-up of the tempo, the pace, and how the maps are going to land on the table, which I'm excited to see. Not only that, but it's 10 brand new players, which I'm wondering who's going to be a little bit slow at the gates, Hort. Who do you think is going to need the muscles loosening up for a couple of rounds? Is going to maybe be a little bit sluggish? Who do you think is going to come out screaming?
I mean, Panderic is, especially this Oil Rig squad, this Panderic Apex squad, are 9 times out of 10 very aggressive, even on the defensive side, which is why I really like them. Now, when attacking, sometimes they are a little bit slow to start just to kind of get a feel for where everybody's playing. So I don't know. I expect kind of Panderic to be maybe a little bit more of that explosive team to start. It is on Bay 5, which they do love. They are attacking to start things off as well. So I expect to see them maybe be that little bit more of an explosive team to start. But Tarkov Help has been here. He's number 2 last season. I don't think it's going to trifle them too much. I don't think it's going to ruffle their feathers too much. They're okay kind of playing a slow pace to that aggressiveness. We've seen a lot of these CIS teams, be a little more patient, hold those angles, and find some big plays. So I like how these two different regions kind of differ in their play styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be us nipping to a quick intermission. We've got to give you all time to be able to re-up, reload with all your ammunition, including of your snacks, hydration, and those all-important seatbelts, because this game's going to be an absolute slammer, and we don't want nobody getting whiplash from the wonderful action, all right? So don't go too far. Make sure you put yourselves on a bungee cord, because we're going to be right back after a small break with your next match for Arena Cup Season 3 for Series 3. See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 3. We're here for the playoffs weekend where we get to decide which of the teams get to make it and which of the teams don't quite make the cut. Thanks to the amazing work that goes into the production from behind the scenes of the Hunt Premier partnered up with the Battlestate Games, we get to take an amazing look with that intro video there into what you've got access to in the first season of the Battle Pass, released free. Alongside that release of the game itself on the Epic Games Store comes with 90 unique rewards, 150 levels worth of grind, multiple gun paints, and aesthetical changes that you can only get through taking part in playing the game and that brand new Battle Pass. A massive part of all of the huge improvements that have been coming into Escape from Tarkov Arena recently, and something that we are extremely grateful to receive. Hort, I know you've been having a look at some of the colours and stuff on the Battle Pass, as well as some of the cool ways you can match your loadout in-game with your loadout in real life, which is always bringing colour to the casting bench.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love the new skin additions. Even the Twitch one they did, that Twitch variation, it almost looks like purple lightning or something. I love honestly, all these pros are showcasing a lot of the great skins. I've seen so many people posted, oh, when's the you always get when's the next wipe, but it's when's the next battle pass now, because they've already got all 150 levels. So I love the fact that it's been well received by the community. It's nice to see it on the Epic Store here now as well, and just getting that influx of players and allowing more people the opportunity to enjoy such a great game. And now you get to put your own little style on it. So it's just always getting better over here. Certainly love it. And speaking of better, we've got another match coming up here as well. Who is going to be the better of the two in this next one? We've got Tarkov Help taking on Pandaric Apex. It is a best of 3 as well.
These two lineups are top tier, and they come equipped with some stellar players. Your Tarkov Help squad, Natrig, Resist, Unknown, Solyara, and Eevee, going up against the Pandas. Rising out of the jungle with those strong bamboo swords, it's going to be Vikizi, Kakao, That-Ace, Codex, and Rapid. And they got a best of 3 to tussle with here. We're going to get 3 brand new maps and a different order to play as well. And the picks have gone, I'm going to be honest with you, based off of the maps they had from the previous group stages section, I'm not too surprised at where we're going to be going with these map choices, Hort. And when we take a look at that in a second, we'll get into the details of that. But when it comes to player versus player, who are your bets on for this one?
Pandaric Apex, very good on Bay 5, which is that first map that we're starting out on. So, I mean, we see Natrig, Resist, Unknown, Solyara, Eevee. Solyara in the group stage was a menace. I mean, the whole crew played very, very well together, but it's hard to bet against Pandaric Apex on Bay 5. But we talked about being devil's advocate. I think I'm comfortable doing it here. Pandaric starts out on attack, so I'm going to favor Tarkov Help in this one, but I do think it's a close one.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Bay 5, previously Pandaric, the squad known from Oil Rig. The Bay 5 scene and the fuel tanks in there, sometimes considered to have had a mass epidemic of an oil spill. Many a team would see to step onto the field and then just fall over in the eyesight of the what is now Pandaric squad, the previous Oil Rig squad, because of just how dominant they were on this Bay 5 map. That being said, Tarkov Help have never faced them in that environment or in that form of the Prime. This is a team that they only come up against in the likes of an Arena Cup series, Tarkov Help being from that CIS region and the Pandaric squad being from the EU region. But it's going to be the first part of a 3-part book, I reckon, here, Hort. With this being Bay 5, we're going to see it go all 3 maps. Pandaric Apex are going to have to start off strong here. I think they take their map pick. I think we find Tarkov Help would look to them return by taking their map pick on Bowl. The decider goes to Fort. And, well, I mean, Pandaric Apex showed one of their strengths on Fort by that being one of the maps that they pushed XPA to such a strong map on. So everything is in the hands of the Pandas right now. It's really down to what Tarkov Help team turns up today and whether the Pandas can play at the top form of their game to push them to that challenge.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Pandaric Apex has probably some of my favorite players in the arena scene on it, but I feel like the big stipulation for them here is they have to win Bay 5. If they're able to win Bay 5, I certainly see them, being able to take it in 3. But if they don't win Bay 5, I think it's going to be a very short day for them.
I agree. And remember, folks, 11-9. Fort was the map that Pandaric took from XPA, the current potential seeded favourites to win the tournament. if it's not for the likes of the previous champions in Virtus Pro and the upset in Sicario. In my mind right now, Tarkov Help and Pandemic Apex are not necessarily fighting for my theoretical spots in the grand final, but the two of them here are fighting to not be eliminated, just as with the previous match between Virtus Pro and Ancient Fighters, which went 2-0 Virtus Pro. We said goodbye to Ancient Fighters. One team will be leaving the tournament right here, right now.
Yeah, you know, it's tough, but it's just the way it works here. So backs against the wall, you know, like we say, it's win or go home for this first round here. And you know, Pandemic Apex wanting to pressure on. We know Tarkov Help had a tough run in that previous season before they ended up in second place as well. So for these two teams, it all comes down to this. In this opening day, they both got an opportunity to showcase the talent and the skills and to just kind of let everybody know what they got out there.
Yeah, both of these two teams stacked to the rafters with talent, stacked to the rafters with potential. Both of them actually, to this point in time in the day as well, stacked with results on paper. Pandemic, previously as Oil Rig, previously, and this is something to note for later on down the line, originally XPA. Original XPA Academy roster started when Bakizi, Kakao, Codex, and a couple of others were part of that lineup. Not the same as they are today, but that was where that roster had started, then turned into Oil Rig, and then from Oil Rig to Pandemic Apex. But I mean, this is a team that's been here for an extremely long time. The other thing is, so has Tarkov Help. You talk about this and you normally give one of the teams an advantage in that sense, but Tarkov Help was here from the original conception of the Arena Cup series, all right? The first Arena Cup series, back when it was Paravision that took the victory from the Romza 1v5 clutch. So both of these teams are well versed in the environment. The Tarkov Help squad has been together a fair amount longer, I would say. Eevee, Solyara, Natrig, Unknown, Resist, names that are very, very familiar in the scene at the highest level of competition for the longest time. Have the Pandas got what it takes to knock them off the top spot for now? I mean, the CIS region overall versus the EU region has seemed to be stronger. I think you would agree, right? It's a 3-1 at this moment in time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They just historically and even throughout the group stages, they've been performing better. Before we crack into this one, I know they're already into the action, though. A quick shout out to Tio Rusio. You've won that EFT Arena standard key. Make sure you join the Discord and make a ticket so we can get that game over to you. But I can barely get it out because Natrig and Kakao are both finding early picks.
Somehow, one of the players inside the site managed to dodge around the bullets there. The team call does finally come through inside of the action, but Panderic's squad are finding themselves on top after the numbers drop. 2 versus 3 for Tarkov Help as Solyara and Resist. Although on the defending side, they're going to have to do something to retake this A site. On board with Kakao, that ace currently holding this mid position is the strongest part of the play right now. Mid control on this map, super crucial. And you can notice that Tarkov Help respecting this too by that lone remaining member in Solyara playing deep towards spawn.
That ace, one of my favorite snipers to watch here. Trying to put in the work. We can see on that mini map that shift beginning to happen, but that ace finding Solyara here, and it's a good start here on Bay 5, but they got to find Resist to close it out and take round number 1.
And this is why that mid control is so crucial, and why the authority that ace asserts in his mobility on this class is what is so crucial to the Pandemic success. That ace gets the pick top mid. The bomb doesn't even bother to challenge the guy on the A site. Instead, the entire Pandas swing their formation and cover the bomb safe to B. Meanwhile, that ace is still being the biggest thorn in the Tarkov Help side by holding Resist hostage at the top of maze.
Now they've got time to work with. Bakizi in a very great position here as well. You can see Resist trying to check it. He's going to find Kakao here to open things up, but it's that ace on that snipe, and a big 3K for that ace in this first opening round.
I mean, this is how the Pandas are going to have to play if they're going to take it to Tarkov Help on the day. 3-piece from that ace, 1 from the leader in Bakizi, and 1, of course, from Kakao himself. That top fragger that within Season 2 of HPL EU put himself up there at the highest KD on the table. Didn't play all the matches, but at something ridiculous like a 2.98, I think it was. Nearly a 3 KD per round. It's absolutely crazy, by the way.
Yeah, it is crazy, especially if you can continue it throughout the entirety of it. It's Natrig, though, with a Kobe of their own to find Kakao, excuse me, and Bakizi has been spotted here as well. Resist Soyara in the background. The buddy system there. Resist finds that ace as well. The snipe goes down, and Soyara on to Bakizi.
Yeah, it seems like Kobe Bryant inspired the team Defiant as the rest of them swing out of the B site to forklift and kill everything other than the bomb carrier. Rapid now, wondering where you and what army came from as the motto of that play, starts to run the bomb back radically towards the last member of his team alive in the midsection. Codex is going to have some information that there's going to be a lurk at least towards the middle area. Bearing in mind, Tarkov Help is still 5 members strong.
Good second round for Tarkov Help here as Eevee will find Rapid, looking for the flawless round, but Codex will put him in the ground. Resist answers back, so an almost flawless round, but a good, relatively quick response here from Tarkov Help, and almost getting a little bit of that vibes from what we saw in the first series as well.
Yeah, one apiece this time around. Interesting to see whether it's going to be the same aspect again. We talked about utility from the first match of the day. Andrees is showing us how useful it can be. Bay 5 being Panderic's home turf, you would expect that they're very familiar with some of these grenade lineups, so interesting to see if they pay for it again.
We can see Eevee lining up that one there. That's just the smoke, though. It was Nat Rig who found that nade kill in the previous round. We get that beautiful over-the-head drone footage from our wonderful observers working diligently in the background here, but Rapid up in the face of Soyara here. And this is unfortunately where Rapid and both that ace went down last time. So being a little bit more careful this time, I'd say.
Patience is the key. Consistency is king. And sometimes the two come together in a combination that creates greatness. Sometimes a slow pace in the round ends up just bleeding the timer and not really gaining you anything other than a stalemate. It's a very fine line between a great play and a very slow play. Most crucial point is what we are hovering with bated breath for and why we're on POV with that ace, and that is the pick. Bomb goes down the meanwhile. Kakao does find one back, but Resist, Codex, also other thoughts as Plaid. Colours in the kill feed are going to keep us consistent for now.
That ace trying to get a little peeping Tom action through the window there to see if he could find a pick, but Codex on the swivel, spots the gun, and that's a big pick for Codex as Eevee goes down, and that will send that player advantage over into the favor of Panderic here. It's going to be all down to Nat Rig, unknown, not quite on the board just yet either.
Rapid tapping the bomb on site just to try and jiggle a bit of that information, force one of the Tarkov Help players to reveal themselves. The free fire is unknown, is going to get onto site. Actually, the kill goes to the teammate. The team kill goes through, and unknown has had enough for this round as he jump shots Codex out of the end of it.
That's 2 rounds in a row now that Panderic Apex has suffered a team kill as well. I think both maybe at the hands of Kakao, but unfortunately, you know, those things happen from time to time. You have to be able to GG's go next. You can't allow anything to creep into the mental here because we talk about that mental fortitude. It's incredibly important in these playoff bracket situations. So you really don't have much time to think about the previous round. You just got to lock it in for the next.
You hit the nail on the head. The mental in this one's going to be huge. It's Bakizi! One of the Bakizi bombs that we're used to. A little bit nostalgic now as it's been a while since we've seen him blowing people up so consistently, but that's one that will be fond memories for the Pandas in red. Speaking of red, inside of that corridor, Unknown's going to put 2 of the red members down. Shotgun making work on the A point, but Codex says it's time to punch out on the clock, sir. Your shift is over. Bakizi's in for the second. The third inside of Ali's going to go the way of Eevee, though.
You can find that nade on page 3 of the Bakizi cookbook. Coming to shelves near you soon. Now on a 2v2. Everybody still has full health. We can see that device lingering around the A site at the moment, but it does appear that they're considering a rotation here. You take a look at that mini-map, and they're beginning to shift through the mid-area here.
Yeah, I heard that Bakizi cookbook goes for a very nice 13.37 total in any currency. A phenomenal little pickup if you want to put some power and punches into your utility game in the arena. The Bakizi cookbook of experimental and exceptional grenades. Speaking of exceptional, this 2-piece battle body system is going to find itself being an exception to the play as Eevee just has his day with dancing on all over the both of them. Oh, brother. Maze to con for 2. That's a wild pickup on the rotation.
Yeah, Eevee just evolving into a monster here. Another quick look, the device, Codex, that ace immediately after on that snipe. And We've seen some great snipes from that ace, but that's, at times where that weapon can be a little bit rough to use when you're on those faster rotations, caught in that run, the animation to get that gun out and get down sights and try to put it on target there as well. So it'll now be 2-3 in a row here for Tarkov Help.
Smoke out towards the other side of the door frame. Matching smokes, actually, from the defending side and the attacking side means that both access points are fully cut off. That Bolty goes off just past the side of Unknown.
Well, we've seen a crazy round from Unknown already. Hoping set his team up for success there in round number 2. On this Enforcer class, those Piranha rounds, we've seen a lot of players rocking those. We saw Rask in that last one, the leg meta king there of VIP. But a little bit slower of a round. We can see Panderic beginning to shift onto the site here. Oh,
I'm not sure Bakizi realizes that that face shield is currently lifted. Changing the magazine. Okay. Bakizi decides the face shield is not relevant. He's going to run around with the more proverbially cool guy cap. Must be summertime in Tarkov. Gonna hide in the shade. Oh no! What is that? Oh!
Talk about the flick of the wrist as he knocks the head clean off the shoulders there. And Bakizi didn't even have the time to find that trade. Unknown again, looking, spots one, pre-fires the shots there as well. Saryara finds Kakao. Eevee onto Bakizi on the return fire there as he tried to rotate away. Resist will pick up that ace, and all of a sudden they begin to fall like dominoes. Tarkov Help is in it.
And there might be a little bit more than in it at this point. I'd have to agree with you, although I think I'm going to take that gear stick, slap the clutch down, and move it up a further notch towards the 6th section, because these guys are steamrolling their way now. It took one round to be re-inspired, shall we say, that they needed to come with aggression and authority of their own to knock the Pandas off their stride in the home turf. And boy, oh boy, if Tarkov Help brought some help today.
Certainly slapping it both with the nades and the weaponry here. Honestly, we've seen a couple nade kills from both sides. As we see Eevee there waiting for that one to land before pressing forward. Unknown up on top of the box here as well. And Panderic has slowed things down just a bit on this attacking side. A little bit more of a default positioning at the moment.
Momentary section of calm gets sliced into. Attention cut like a knife by Resist. Bullets out of the spear just as deadly as the sharp edge of the blade. Does he realize the second's still out there? No, he's going to play the... Yep, sees the pixel and continues mouse button. One warrior successful.
I mean, the spear is just so good. In a great position, or in a great spot right now. You see a lot of the spear. Great recoil control. Nice rounds as well, but Bakizi says, I got one of my own. We'll find the headshot onto Natrig as Resist finds that ace, and now the beautiful chaos begins to ensue over here toward the A site, but Unknown on this Enforcer class also has been a menace out here, and I mean, Tarkov Help just firing on all cylinders at the moment.
5-1. 2 more rounds before they swap halves, and Panderic get almost a breather. It definitely feels like that right now. Couple of notes to the scoreboard. Rapid not yet able to pick up a frag for the final kill. Has got an assist on the board, but it's a quiet game for Rapid so far. Resist, on the other hand, is resisting assault, that's for sure. 9 kills and 3 deaths. Doing a great job of it. Natrig with the first opening, and the grenade onto that ace is a good start. Too strong into con boxes might be a test. Eevee plays it slowly. Oh no, they're going to go around into Solyara. Oh my, double piece heaven, and then the third does not quite get capitalized on, but does take a bit of damage.
I continue to exchange bullets as Rapid will find the headshot onto Natrig to bring it just a bit closer in favor of Panderic, but it's still Tarkov Help that's working with those numbers. Rapid, not a ton of health to deal with there as well, but potentially could get top back off in this situation here. Tarkov Help, because they have this player advantage, though, they're comfortable just kind of hanging out and allowing Panderic to walk in toward their crosshairs.
Slow. And Steady is going to find yourself walking into Solyara, as we saw at the beginning of the round, and it's coming true again at the end of the round, like a curse that's following them. Wow, like a shadow over the night. But Solyara does have a final bullet of punishment for his teammate before Eevee manages to find the final Panda. It's not going to stop him taking the round, though. 6-1. Are we going to see a 7-1 landslide?
I mean, it's been 6 rounds in a row for Tarkov Help. We talked about in that previous series the importance of being able to string at least 2 or 3 rounds in a row when you're winning to allow yourself to kind of maintain that lead and be in that driver's seat that we talk about. But after round 1, it's been all Tarkov Help here on Bay 5. We talk about this is a map that typically favors Pandaric Apex in the past, but Tarkov Help has came with a plan, and they're executing it near flawlessly.
Smokes out again to defuse some of the pressure onto the A side. The Pandas are coming in hot and quick. Unknown has one. Rapid gets the response. Unknown is still alive for 2, for 3. The bomb goes down. The Piranha might as well be called a full-on sea shark as it's dominating the territory. The jaws snap closed on 3 Pandas as they step into the site, but Bakizi is there for the backbone to be restabilized. 2 versus 3. The Pandas have a chance, but it is only a chance, and it's in a numbers disadvantage again.
Bakizi taking down the great white shark. Maybe for some shark fin soup. That ace has an idea. We talk about the situational awareness of the majority of these players, and it does go well above and beyond. And you see all that, the accusations and stuff, but it's just about all the amount of hours they've put in it. And so it's always great to see the type of situational and game awareness that's developed over time, but Resist finding Bakizi, and this looks like another round in favor of Tarkov Help.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like Escape from Caps Lock right now. The Pandas just really struggling with this slow-paced gameplay, and Solyara is again gonna catch one of the Pandas on a odd rotational lurk, just holding the chance that they might go the other way. It's gonna move it to a 7-1 for the first half.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough if you're Pandaric Apex. I mean, it's almost that similar situation we saw in game 2 of that previous series, where even if Ancient Fighters, you know, we saw them put a couple rounds on the board, they begin to make a little comeback. Regardless of what Pandaric Apex does, you have like this strong inclination that Tarkov Help should be able to win at least 2 rounds of the plethora of rounds that are left. And so, you know, it's not an impossible battle here for Pandaric, but it's certainly a very tough uphill one.
Do you think we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the first match from today? A 9-4, 9-4 for the team that is favored. I mean, it's following a similar sort of tempo. Arguably, Tarkov Help have been a little bit more assertive about how they want to get through this match nice and quickly without too much of a speed bump.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is looking a little bit even deadlier than that first series. We saw a little bit of back and forth early on between those two teams, whereas, you know, it was only that first round for Pandaric. Other than that, it's really been all Tarkov Help, and we can see him slowly beginning to work in toward that B side. There is a bit of a flank coming through mid here, though. Rapid does find Solyara, has an opportunity to get Resist, and does.
This is what we expected from the Pandas, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see them take a very strong opening round after the half. A chance to talk about things, a chance to just reset the mental and readjust. Maybe gather some information from the attacking side and disperse that between your members so they can play better into it. Natrig. I mean, it's almost just second nature, natural actions right now as Natrig. The only thing that falls in his favor in the way of luck is tanking the headshot.
I mean, have you had a chance to use the spear much, Cracked? I know, like, now that I've been investing in it more, I absolutely love this weapon.
It's just a strong bully gun. It's one of those weapons inside of Arena that has one of the larger calibers of bullet, and 3 to 4 bullet TTK, consistency through good armor as Codex and that ace do close the round out for the Pandaric squad. I mean, the spear's up there. It absolutely is one of the more chosen weapons out of the lot, and when we look at those weapon picks, that, alongside the MCX, is the top dog right now. The Sig Spear with 167 picks at the highest weapon pick rate of 30.5% out of all of the total weapons is a insane surge in popularity. Then second to the MCX, 119 picks at 21.7%. And the TRG M10, that Balti we've been talking about, at 55 picks and a 10% ratio.
Those pick rates, Kirk, working hard behind the scenes, crunching those numbers. Shout out to Kirk out there if you're hanging out with us today. But or even if you're not, we still shout you out, baby. Natrig,
Yes,
Evie,
sir.
showing those nade lineups here as well. They won't quite find the mark just yet, though. And again, Tarkov Help just needs one more to get to match point, two more to close it out.
Absolutely, and big up Kirk on the lurk. He's probably there. He's not named Kirk on the lurk for nothing. Speaking of lurk, Rapid is going to find Solyara normally lurking around somewhere in an odd position. That's going to shut down a lot of the Tarkov Help mobility when it comes to catching Panderic on the rotation. Great shots from the top of heaven, though. Find the back of Codex's head through Con.
Rapid finding resist there as well. Natrig able to answer back and find a pick of their own, but Rapid immediately putting down Evie as well. And it's a 3v2 that favors Panderic. Unknown has been spotted on that jump over as well, looking to upgrade that weaponry just a bit, which could make this Enforcer class that much more dangerous.
This is tough. I mean, that Ace and Rapid both go down. Unknown and Natrig come together at the clutch second they need to flip the numbers on their head. 3 versus 2 to 2 versus 1, and it's Cow on the site. Initial challenge onto Natrig removes more of his health, but he's still alive. Another headshot tanked by Natrig as Unknown closes it out. Tarkov Help move to 8 and match point for the first.
I mean, again, almost every player here in toward double-digit kills. 10, 10, 8, 7, 7. So everybody, from Tarkov Help doing the job that they need to do. You take a look at the team chemistry and everything just seems to be, it's like the stars have aligned here for them in this match. And so playing very, very well. This is the Tarkov Help team that we're used to seeing. And this is kind of what I was feeling for the day. Hopefully Panderic can find a way to take a deep breath and reset, but they might have to look to do it in game number 2.
Maybe the case. I mean, Rapid was on for a full 5-piece there. The first 3 fell in his hands, but 2 quick kills together from Tarkov Help changed that very, very quickly. You see the deep Panderic member playing that spawn position around the boxes on the platform, just gathering information, trying to see if they can get any peeks over the top. Cow here in the back alley has support from Bakizi on site. Smokes over a semi-telegraph pressure. As we can see from the minimap, Tarkov Help are actually extremely heavily split here. With 1 deep member flanking almost Harbor at this point. 1 loose towards Heaven and Forklift. The bomb is sat triple the bottom right B side of mid. You have 2, almost like a battle buddy system, looking for a pick on Tarkov Help over towards Tetris, pressuring this A plat section.
Love the patience being displayed at the moment, and I love the fact that we can see with the X-ray vision that Ace has spotted him. You wonder if the opponent on the other side spotted it as well, because they immediately turned around and legged it.
Tough angle to fight there. Lots of height that can pick you off over the top of those fuel containers. The more Bay 5 gets played, the more the map develops and the line of sight become harder and harder to challenge. Great shots from Evie in the first and the second. Evie, oh my word, talk about evolution. Evie might have just gone full Jolteon on the backsides with how quick he was stabbing 2 apiece. Panderic's Codex, however, has thoughts on the other side of the map. This is the problem with the split spread. His action goes down on one side of the map, and the Bomben squad come in on the other.
They are so good at what they do, and for a reason. Tarkov Help 9-2, dominating fashion here in this opening map, and that was kind of the stipulation that we gave for Panderic, as they needed to play well on Bay 5 if they wanted to take this series. All of a sudden, you feel like Tarkov Help is going to be, equally as dangerous on their map pick, if not more dangerous. And you do get a quick look at some of those skins there. I love that face mask from Evie, that Oni.
Yeah, so that one's right up at the end of the battle pass there. Those of you that have been able to grind all the way up into level 148 will have access to that Oni mask there, as well as that cyber green paint that you see on the guns. That one going to be coming through with the drops this weekend, so if you want to make your gun look just as cool, you want to run around like a pro from the Arena Cup Series scene, then make sure you're here for today and the other 2 days worth of action to be able to claim that from the drops. There's a whisper of another potential paint on the horizon. There is a green tiger stripe skin that likes and akin to the one from the Twitch Drops series, the purple one there, that also looks like it might be available from a quest. No confirmation just yet though, so eyes out for that one in the future. But there are 2 potential gun paints to be able to gain just from being present whilst the Arena Cup series is going on and immersing yourselves in the environment. We're immersing ourselves in match 2 of the day as Tarkov Help have taken a 1-0 lead after the first nap. And the Pandas have got a lot of work to do going into map 2, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, and you take a look at the kills for each player. 3 of the players for Tarkov Help had 10, one with 9, and one with 7. So it just goes to show that everybody is doing their due diligence over there on that squad. And for Pandaric Apex, we talked about them needing to start out on the right foot, especially on Bay 5. Now I'm definitely a little bit more worried that they struggled on Bay 5 so much as we get prepped and ready for this next one.
I don't necessarily think at this point in time that, given how the two teams played in map 1, that the map is going to be as strong a deciding factor as we'd initially thought. The Pandaric squad have definitely struggled with the slower pace on map 1 here, where Solyara has played an exceptional role, as has Natrig and Resist in equal respect. Like you said, the kills are spread through everybody actually in the post-game results, but it's down to just really good positioning, covering off rotations. It almost feels like the Pandas have been stuck a lot in negative numbers scenario, which have forced them to want to rotate to try and stretch the defense. And knowing that that is the case, the Tarkov Help have placed members ready for that rotation ahead of time. So I want to see the Pandas come out into bowl with a different approach. I want to see them being ahead of the decision-making tempo, and I want to see them push the rhythm of the game in their favor.
Yeah, and honestly, we got to get Kakao pumping and thumping. Kakao is often dominating the scene, but unfortunately was 2 and 10 in that first one. And on top of the 2 kills they did have, I know they had at least 1, but I think they had 2 team kills as well. So kind of rare form for Kakao, but as we know, we're all human, right? Even those things happen to some of the greats, some of the pros. So it's about how you bounce back in that next game. We talk about that mental fortitude. So this is going to be a very important matchup here for Pandaric Apex. Their back's completely against the wall here. We talked about that do or die situation, that win or go home. And well, if they lose this next one, unfortunately, they will be packing the panda bags.
I am in a mental where I'm thinking that this could go down to a mentality adjustment from the Pandaric squad. Looking back at that game, and the one thing that succeeded for them was when they took risks as a team. Not necessarily being allowed to have that tempo played in their favor, allowing it to slow down, allowing the likes of Solyara to rotate on them, but that ace being proactive on the Balti and finding those picks. I think that the Pandas in this next map could look to that for a way to try and address the security that Tarkov Help had in game 1, trying to be a bit more authoritative about, taking some risks, trying to find a pick, trying to find some space. And if it doesn't work out, just sort of saying, well, at least we gave it something rather than getting caught in a rotation. As we roll into the highlights, we're going to see a lot of great gun work out of both teams in this one. A lot less utility than we might see in the next one, but good kills all around. Resist in the mid lane and in that green section, just doing great work. And Solyara, we're back-to-back highlights, split 1, in the same position on Forklift, doing great work for Tarkov Help.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, again, even though Pandaric Apex only had the 2 rounds, it was almost like that similar in Series 1. There was a lot of great moments and a lot of close rounds, but they just couldn't find a way to close them out. More specifically, Unknown on this Enforcer class was a menace. I mean, you have these clutch plays like Eevee finding that 2K right there at the end of the round, and it was just big highlight moments like that from Tarkov Help that really set them apart in this one.
Shots from Bekeezy on the site as he takes out the door, and then we see swing out into alley as Unknown on that shotgun again and again and again, does tons of damage. The second we start talking about the shotgun, we are reminded that Solyara is still in the game, and then the second that we return the attention to Solyara from that redemption, we get reminded again that Unknown is not allowing that spotlight to be there for too long. And as you see, this is the reason why that kill feed is filled very evenly across the entirety of the Tarkov Help squad. You've got highlights from Resist, you've got highlights from Solyara, you've got highlights from Unknown, you've got Eevee popping off. Every single one of these members on this Tarkov Help squad is firing on all cylinders right now. And that's why they're set looking to make it to at least the grand final stage. I mean, I'm sitting here with my hands on my head because I'm trying to figure out what it's going to take to stop Tarkov Help in this form. And it was something we talked about before pre-game, was what version of Tarkov Help turned up on the day. This one's definitely cooking.
See, for me, it was what version of Pandaric Apex showed up on the day. And unfortunately, they did struggle a little bit in this open. We talk about Kakao, who often dominates the scene, only 2 kills, 2 and 10 with a couple team kills. So they've got to just, again, take a deep breath, get back to the drawing board, get back to that play style that works for them. They should be a confident team. They have the skills. We know it. We've seen it time and time again. But I just, I'm sticking true to my picks. I just got a feeling. I got a feeling, and unfortunately for Pandaric Apex, it's not involving them in this one.
Is he cooked, chat? Is it those NA roots bleeding in? Is a little bit of that AU-NA rivalry making a little bit of bias of Mr. Hort's mustache over there? I don't know. Or maybe it's the rat and the cheese. Maybe he's just got a whiff of the better teams and he's just catching the smell of that Gorgonzola from out on the corner. We never know what magic goes on inside of the brain of the mythical man in the mustache, but what we do get to know is how he yaps about this awesome gameplay, and I wouldn't have it any other day or any other way for the awesome weekend to close out the Arena Cup series. Always grateful to be sat next to Mr. Hot Sauce for this production as well. Thanks to Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier for having us here on the casting bench. Without the guys working hard in the background, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. We're eternally grateful for it. And thank you to you guys in the chat that have bared with us throughout all of the action today. Even the technical difficulties we had earlier, some great gameplay, everything else that's going on, and those giveaways for you guys to get your hands on, all right? Keep cooking in the chat. We appreciate you big time. Coming up next is going to be our second map from our second series on the day, which is the first of 3 days to close out the Arena Cup Series Season 3. This one here, Tarkov Help and Pandaric Apex fighting to stay alive. This is an elimination match, and it will see our second of our 4 teams taking part today that will leave the tournament.
Well, at least for the first time today, we'll get to see Bowl. So a change of scenery here, at least aesthetically to the eyes. But again, I mean, Pandaric Apex is going to have to pull their own rabbit out of the hat, or a panda out of the hat, if you will, if they want to take this next one. Again, if they could find a way to make it to Fort, I think they play very well on Fort. We talked about how they're one of the only teams to take a game away from XPA. They did it on Fort. So if they can find the strength to muster up here and get through Bowl, we very well could see an upset even after a dominating performance like we saw in game number 1. But that's all theoretical, and I unfortunately am not a firm believer in that side of things at the moment.
I have a lot of faith. I've always been somebody that's been known even to go out on a limb with channel points to bet against the favored team. Once in a while, there may or may have not been a scenario where the 8sins members had a great laugh at correct betting against them and being punished brutally for it. Never bet against the home turf team, but this one here today, folks, I'm a better for the underdogs. I love me a good upset, especially in the elimination stages. So if the Pandas are going to strike, they need to strike now. Here's map 2, Bowl, Pandaric versus Tarkov Help.
All comes down to this potentially. All up to Pandaric to extend the longevity of this series. Tarkov Help really feeling the fire here, though. We'll see if that confidence will spill over into map number 2 as we hear some of those nades raining down as Eevee looks to make some pressure of the spray, and Eevee able to find Rapid early and dip back to safety.
Oh, final form, Eevee does not jump off the top rope very well, though, as the knees and the ankles break on contact. Codex for 2 gets a great double kill from the side. Solyara does close it out, but Bikizi has a response. That ace, Bikizi, and Kakao. 3 Pandas left alive. Only Resist and Natrig to do anything about it. The deep position from Kakao has the better of Resist, and now it's just on Natrig.
All down to Natrig. We'll find Bikizi, though. With that, things get a bit more feasible. Unfortunately, that device down in a very awkward position. Takes the gamble, able to pick it up here, and should be able to find the plant as well. So all of a sudden, you start to wonder, can Natrig pull off this clutch?
The one in his name might just be the isolated ones in this game. He is not going to win the second. He has the first. Kakao, however, does not drop the ball this time. The Pandas swipe and strike strong, true, and clear in round number 1. The device is going to be deactivated. But as we saw from map 1, is that going to be the only strength we have from the Pandas in map 2? We've got to see them put a second and maybe even a third back-to-back here, really to be convinced elsewise.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. This is virtually the same thing that happened in game number 1, so they have to make sure it sets its path differently here by taking a couple more rounds to start things off. So we'll see if Tarkov Help can find another relative quick response here. It only took them 1 round to dissect the competition in that first game. We'll see if they have similar luck here in game number 2.
Nade out top nose. Goodbye, Eevee. Bikizi making it look easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
We talked about that cookbook, page 3, the nade lineups already coming into play here in round number 2. And so they've got that player advantage to work with. It's Bikisi now backing up for another nade lineup here as well. And what a round it could be if he could find 2. But I believe that's the smoke that's going out there. So won't be able to find a kill with that one. Lurking on the other side of the generator, we can see Rapid through the wall there as Tarkov Help begins to linger toward the site.
Easy for the 2-piece, though, and that's going to leave the blue numbers nice and strong. Solyara has one for the response as Rapid goes down, but it's Natrig and Solyara versus that ace, Bikisi and Kakao. Ice is planted. Smooth step off on site as Solyara looks to reinforce. Natrig finds one. Solyara sees the time to swing. Bikisi does take out Natrig as the 1-for-1 trade comes through, but it ends up being 1-for-2 as Solyara has the good response. Now, that ace, this is what you were built for, and that's what he's made for when it comes to the time in the clutch on the main stage. King Captain consistent for the Pandas. Swings true.
Big pick from that ace there. And honestly, we talked about them needing to put rounds in a row. They do it here to open things up as well. And so you felt like you felt like Tarkov Help was going to be able to solidify that round win. There was great positioning, but that's why we love watching that ace on that snipe. Quick reaction time. We'll find a pick. And with that, Panderic will have a nice early 2-0 lead here in this one.
There's still a heartbeat in the Panda. There's still life in the Beast. The question is it going to be enough to take out the Tarkov Help squad? They've got to go the distance now. They've got to complete the reverse sweep. It's not just one map if they want to keep their hopes alive for Arena Cup Series Season 3. But it's a good start. 2 rounds in a row. That's the consistency and the consecutivity we were looking for. Have they got enough for the third? Oh, that ace.
Be absolutely huge for them if they could find this third one in a row. And now on the jiggle, it's that ace finds that rig again. We love watching him on the snipe, and now we get to see exactly why. 2 early picks here from that previous round. Now this early one in this one. And again, they struggled to find that player advantage on Bay 5, but they've been able to do it here every time through these first 3 rounds. We'll see if they can close this one out as well.
That's a big pick from that ace as well. It's a very crucial angle, fighting from tower lane to that A-plat position. As that A-plat spot from the attacking side has a great line of sight advantage over Gen and control over access from the defensive point of view. Codex has a second as Eevee goes down. Bikisi is holding on to this curtain smoke to delay the time even further. 45 left on the clock, and that smoke's going to take us down to 25 if they don't push through it. You've got to think Tarkov Help are going to look at a rotation at this point.
I mean, they got a little bit of time to work with. They certainly could find that rotation, but as that time begins to dwindle, they're going to have to make a decisive decision here. And you can see Rapid in that prone position. Unknown's going to find a big pick, which could kind of make everybody rotate toward that A site. There's only one on the B site. Resist able to find him, and that could open things up for the plan on the B site.
There is a deep member from Panderic playing his life extremely well. That ace playing information is also going to try and rotate across to support from Split. Lone site member from A also looking to try and push pressure on the flank as well. Gets information that one member to side resist has the better of that ace though, and as the bomb is planted, the favor falls for Tarkov Help.
You can see Bikisi slowly shifting forward. There's a bit of a flank coming in on the mini-map there as well, but Resist has done a great job of locking it down. Does he hear the audio cue? Well, he's going to relatively soon because shots bring out over the top toward that backside, but it's Solyara to find Rapid, and now it's all down to Bikisi. Tucked onto the site, will be dropped by Resist, and Tarkov Help to put their first round on the board.
We definitely weren't expecting it to be a 9-0 Panderic, so I don't think the Pandas are going to be too scared about them taking the first, but what they've got to make sure is that they don't make it 1-7, because the one thing Tarkov Help did last map when they put a round on the board was they didn't stop putting rounds on the board until they left the game. So Panderic now have their difficulties cut out for them. We've got to see them strike again.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Again, they've just got to find a way to continuously, even if it's just 2 rounds at a time, they've got to find a way to give themselves that little bit of an upper hand where they struggled in that first series. But you have to feel like they're already playing much better as a team as well. And that ace continues to find these early picks, looking to set the team up for success as the nades will begin to rain down toward that site. Not finding any marks just yet, and they won't either.
And this is those risks I was talking about taking. We need the Pandas to start using some of that amazing skill that they've got on the Balti from that ace to try and leverage an advantage. 5 versus 3 versus 2 now even as Rapid takes the head of Eevee off. Panderic in a great place to convert on that third.
See Codex lingering on the other side of that smoke, waiting for it to potentially dissipate here. And as it does, see Solyara begin to inch forward a bit. Natrig looking to hold down Ginside here as well. But in a 2v5 situation, you're going to have to be able to find a way to get a couple picks before you look to pressure on the site.
First goes down as the Balti rings true. Finals, Natrig does have something to say about the captain. Swings through for the pre-fire. Balti connects, but only onto the arm of Natrig. Damage done, heavy bleed in tow, and the bomb in a terrible position being held by that ace. I do not see a way out of this one for Tarkov Help. That ace puts the final nail in the coffin, and Derek look a lot better in map 2.
They certainly do. It's always interesting, too, when, I mean, we saw it a lot in the group stages, honestly, as well, at least the day that Blue and I had casted, but teams were kind of, you know, not winning their map pick and then winning their opponent's map pick. So it's a thing that does happen, but Panderic certainly out on the right foot here in game number 2. They've got that 2-point cushion. They've been able to put rounds in bunches here. We'll see if they can continue to strive to do that.
I'm not surprised. We look at the minimap, we look at the setup. This is exactly the time that Tarkov Help would swing the momentum and look for a B-site play. But I've got to call it. The Pandas are very smart. They've got that kind of sixth sense in the jungle as it's home territory, and out in the ball, they might as well be just as aware because Natrig's going to pull that into their favor by predicting the positioning rotation and dropping a bomb home.
We saw Natrig with some big nade kills in that first series, but Kakao is going to find Eevee toward this B site here. We'll look to get into a different position as they drop down below, and now on that 180 swivel, a lot of angles to kind of hold here. Stepping out in the device, Kakao's going to find Solyara. The device goes down as resist. We'll be able to collect on Kakao that ace. The shot was there, but not quite able to hit the mark, and that'll give him an idea of exactly where he might be.
I mean, if you had any doubts as to where the Balti was at this moment in time, just listen for the sound of the thunderous echo as it goes off once and twice in a row. Bakisi with a good swing, actually, as the back of the head of Resist is exposed. Nobody's actually close enough to be able to do anything about this. Bakisi can just stick on the site. The bomb's going to be defused before Unknown gets round. He's there in time with cover from Rapid, and that is going to be another Panderic round on the board. 4-1.
Yeah, again, a much better job here. I would have liked to seen this Panderic team in that first series or that first game on Bay 5, but whatever they talked about in between games here has certainly worked. Now things beginning to click for them. 4 rounds on the board, and they've been able to put 2 in a row each time. We'll see if they can get that third one here. Tarkov Help's going to need to find a way to reel it in soon, or we're going to be looking at the same outcome as game 1, just side swap.
I mean, that's the other question, isn't it? How well does their attacking side work into the Tarkov Help defense? I mean, Panderic have shown that the defending side from Bol can be exceptionally strong if you play it well. They've also turned up the heat that they've brought to map 2, though, so interesting when we swap sides. We've still got 3 more rounds before we get there as well, and imagine the thought that Panderic take us 7-1 into the half, just as Tarkov Help did.
Oh, Resist almost able to hit the tip of the head of Kakao here, but able to back off here now, and that game of cat and mouse will ensue for a bit longer. That bomb is lingering toward the A site at the moment. It's kind of a 4-1 split for Tarkov Help as we see him begin to rotate back the other direction.
Smoke out deep. Natrig's lining up this grenade again. Sight member from Panderic's playing deeper this time, though, so should be far enough away from that. Does survive the nade. Kakao ready to challenge this time. Does get shots onto Solyara. 1 apiece. Second for the favor of the shotgun of Unknown. Tarkov Help have gained A-site access. Panderic have managed to do well to keep 3 members alive, though, for a potential retake.
A lot of shots ringing out. It's Tarkov Help who's got the player advantage this time. Codex and Rapid taking an early exit. Natrig down in this prone position here as well, who was toppled by that ace in that previous attempt to clutch up. As we see that ace on the other side beginning to shift toward Jin. Kakao stepping into the crosshair of the spray. He's going to continue to bait out some of this pre-fire. Able to get up his Natrig. Shots. That ace finds one. Bikisi another as Natrig found a consolation prize. We'll get that ace this time as well. And resist. Will resist the Pandaric oppression here as they find a way to climb back in it and cut the lead in half.
Some good gunfights out of the Tarkov help side there. Pandaric had some good positioning set up and well placed, I guess, to be able to repel that and maybe even rotate for the defuse, but doesn't come through this time. Tarkov help members hold strong. Good discipline on prioritization from the member on site. Keeps the majority of the body of the squad alive when the Tarkov help members come under aggression from the Pandaric push. Wait, that ace is having a great game. As is Bakizia, 8 and 5 as well, just to point out. And again, the one thing that's catching me and the reason to explaining the round difference this time is there is one member of Tarkov help not quite at the same pace as the other 4 at this moment in time. We are not familiar with seeing. Evie being caught slightly out a little bit more often on ball here. Wow, look at that smoke for timing.
Oh, talk about timing. The nade comes in to get Codex as well. Resist will find Cacao, Bikisi, Rapid, Natrig and Evie. Plat Stripes in the kill feed once more, but it'll slightly favor Tarkov help as they come up on the upper hand here, but that ace on this snipe is dangerous, and that's why he's been able to isolate the 1v1s, and now it all comes down to this 1v1 where Evie has been struggling a bit here on Bull, an opportunity for them to create a little spark to ignite that spectral fire.
Well, this is it. This is absolutely a deciding factor for the game right here. You've hit the nail on the head. This is Evie's chance for redemption to be able to get a little bit of heat back for themselves in the game and to keep that confidence up. Flip side, this is that ace who has been absolutely on fire today. Shots from the APM, not quite able to find the target, just wide left of that plant, but it's still a 1v1, and he still has... Look at this for some production for you, ladies and gentlemen. Dual perspective gameplay.
Unreal. Absolutely love it. Is he going to spawn?
There's no way he reads him, right? There's no way, bro.
Well, it seemed like he got the right idea eventually, but this time it's Natrig who comes out on top. And, you know, I've only been here about a year or so, maybe not quite, but the upping of production as time has gone on from the replays. Now we're tossing in these 1v1s. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I mean, it was made for some great work, and you hit the nail on the head. Like, Evie closes that out, but Natrig, twice in a row, drops separate grenades to a similar location and is 100% on the conversion rate. 2 clean kills from those grenades as the rotations come in from Pandaric, and Tarkov help just phenomenally played.
We talk about that serenity that we don't often get to hear before the beautiful chaos ensues, but a little bit of a calmness here as well. I'm not sure if we're going to need a little bit of a timeout, though. I do see Natrig maybe had disconnected down there in the bottom right-hand corner. So 4-3 is the score line at the moment. Tarkov help has been doing a great job of kind of navigating those rough waters, finding their way back into this game after a tough start, but we will have to get them loaded back in for this one.
Yeah, Natrig there looking like he'd forgotten it was in the middle of a match and took a momentary trip to the gym. He was stuck on that treadmill, really pumping the gas out there, getting the reps in before coming to the game for those endurance stats in game. Got to work on those statistics, you know, maxing that elite level stamina and endurance is a big thing in the game. If you haven't got that leveled out and maxed up for the one time, you should really try do it the one time, trust me. Those elite stats really do give a kick into the gameplay for sure. Same goes for stims, and something actually we can talk about now in the interval, a little nugget of knowledge for the guys at home. The only time you can ever actually exceed those max level limits on the skills is by hitting a stimulant. The time that you can actually go over the cap of an elite level stim is only when under the effects of a stim. Is the only time you're actually able to go past that hard lock that stops you at the skill cap level. There's a couple of features in some maps that actually play into this in arena that are a really cool combination to see. So with a combination of a couple of stims off of spawn, you can jump onto some scenery that you would normally need to mantle up to. Can leverage 2 different advantages. One, it's line of sight. You get some better height and angles, which plays into this Balti gameplay. It's very favorable at the moment. But 2, it's timing. There are a couple of places specifically fought, for example, where middle control on the right-hand side, jumping up onto the box, onto the metal platform, gives you Colton top mid control just by being able to not vault it. So some crucial little bits of gameplay. We've not seen too much of it yet, technique-wise, when it comes to Arena Cup Series, but the further we get towards the finals, Hot, and the more the players get familiar with these metas, I feel like we're going to start to see some more Cup coming out. And, well, we look at some of the highlights, and even that last round there, that ace from the B site on B plat, trying to play that wall pen angle when the bomb is being planted, not necessarily needing to rush headfirst into the gunfight, trying to get that free kill with the wall bang. I mean, it's one of those scenarios you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. And as far as maxing out some of those stats, at least in the base game, I can always get, much like in real life, I get my metabolism maxed out really early in wipe because I'm just really good at eating everything I see. But yeah, you make an interesting point with some of those stims. And as we've seen that meta shift, it's almost like we go back to Ford a little bit. We saw some really kind of just cut and dry strategies. Well, now that it's been out for a while, teams have had times to scrim and work on some strategies. We've seen kind of play styles evolve as time has gone on. So I like the fact that as updates come out, we do get some shifts in the meta. It's never really the same thing all the time. And so it's nice to see them kind of mixing up a little bit and also seeing these teams kind of find what works for them as opposed to some other teams. So we love it. And is that a giant panda I see over there?
I think it looks like, I'm going to be honest with you, after the gameplay we've seen so far, there is still a bit of life in the panda. I mean, it's still kind of reaching from the depths to survive. So maybe, just maybe, there might be a revival of the panda chat, okay? It looks like the Panderic squad has really come alive, and I've got to talk to two strengths of it so far, Hot. That ace on the Balti for the first one. Let's just talk about how absolutely demonically consistent this man is at shooting people in the face and center of mass. So many rounds have been not just won from plays from that ace, but clutched up as the last member under pressure by that ace is what makes it just stand out impressive for me.
Yeah, like I said earlier, he's one of my favorites to watch on the snipe, much like Furlex. Furlex is another one. Just these guys are incredibly talented at what they do. And again, that TRG or any of the marksman classes with that type of caliber is something that is nice to kind of counter that enforcer class where some of these other classes maybe struggle with a little bit. The fact that that ace is able to continuously hit these shots in that high energy, kind of high pressure situation really speaks volumes for them as well, especially when not only you're in that pro scene, but then now you're in a big moment like this. It is a playoff bracket. It's only single elimination in that first round, right? So everything's on the line here. When you're able to kind of deal with that hype, that anxiety, that energy, and do it so well, it just speaks volumes for your name, and certainly has won a fan over in me.
I just saw a comment in the chat. I have to tip a hat to the member in the chat that pointed out the pasty complexion I've got there. Almost as white as the panda that we pulled up. You're absolutely right. Definitely could do with a couple of hours of extra sun, but I don't get to expose myself to the wonderful scenes of Arena so often, not so much like these players do. So we're going to work on that suntan. But speaking of bright lights and bright scenes, the games that we've had featured to today have been epic, but we've got a whole host of action for you guys loaded up for the entirety of the weekend, from drops to giveaways, thanks to the amazing production value coming out of Hunt Premier and the partnership with Battlestate Games, as well as all of the gifts and the camos that you guys get to participate in by receiving. It's just free stuff, guys. It's just free stuff. It's literally that simple.
Yeah, and honestly, like, if I want sun, I'll get out of D2 and I'll head to Customs or Lighthouse for a little bit, okay? That's where I'll get my sun at, baby. Nice little bush, some cheese, some wine. It's all good.
Horton is rats on top, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot catch him out of his habitat. He'll be there watching that D2 door, making sure it's clear of any campers for you. All right, it's doing his duties as the janitor, cleaning up all the rats so that he can be king rat of the scene. Rightfully so, absolutely. I mean, who could not wear a mustache like that and not be one of the most majestic rats out there, let's just say. Speaking of majestic gameplay, we've got amazing matches for you for the rest of the weekend. Don't forget that already we've seen and said goodbye to one of our teams. Ancient Fighters, rest in peace, okay? Did a great job showing for the group stages and gave us some amazing highlights of that, the likes of the Balti and so on, and extra other things. But it is farewell. With that farewell, though, we did smoothly sail on the team that was successful there through to their fight against the Sword. Okay, and this is going to be a tough one for them because Sicario got themselves a bye through that first round, and they're going to be ready to fight with all of the energy still left in the tank. Arguably, you could say that the first semi-final for Virtus Pro, or the first stage for the playoffs for Virtus Pro was it wasn't an extremely tasking job for them, but they've already played a game in comparison. So definitely more energy in the tank for Sicario there. And same for XPA. Our result from the back end of this match here, which we have slowly taken a pause for, apologies for the technical delay, folks, is currently in its middle stages of processing. Once we have concluded this match, we'll send one team through, one team out, and they will get to face off against XP Academy, which will be part of tomorrow's broadcast, which we will be looking forward to joining you for. And for it's a crack sauce weekend, baby. We're here for all 3 of the days.
We are going to be hitting you with a hot wisdom all weekend. And honestly, it's great to win the game here today, but I certainly don't envy the team that wins this match and has to go on to face XP Academy, because they have looked almost flawless throughout the entirety of this. Although Pandaric was able to take a game away from him, I'm also really looking forward to that matchup tomorrow. We talk about Sicario Virtus Pro. It was Virtus Pro who knocked him out in ACS number 2 in those opening playoff rounds. So you have to feel like they've been waiting all this time to seek that revenge, and they're going to get an opportunity to do so tomorrow. But as Crack said, there is so much exciting gameplay littered throughout the weekend, giveaways, you name it. We got everything you need here. You just bring the snacks and the drinks, and we will supply all the fun.
And all the excitement actually is going to conclude with a great set of storytelling alongside it, folks, okay? Like Hort so rightly said, there is revenge already on the table, and with a double elimination losers bracket in tow, it means that revenge might go one way, but it might also then come back to haunt you down that losers bracket, or as you requalify back up into the grand final or the upper final, depending on how that plays out. So we could see a Sicario takes out Virtus Pro, comes back, takes out Sicario, and wins the tournament. You never know. It could be that crazy. And we're going to get to be able to talk about it the whole way through with you and guide you through all of the confusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure to be with you so far for all of the Arena Cup Series Season 3 action. We do apologize for the delay, but we shall be getting you guys back into game momentarily. Teams are currently just settling up. I think they'll be having a chat about their favorite current movie, maybe the new favorite track that's been dropped on YouTube, but meanwhile dropping a grenade in each of the teammates' pockets so that the rounds are reflected accurately for the folks at home. So whilst we cook that up for you, chat, I want to know your thoughts and feelings. How do we feel the rest of this game is going to play out? Because right now, this is a close one. Have the Pandas got it in them to make it to a match 3? Or is this going to be Tarkov definitely not sending any help for a slowly dying heartbeat of the Panda?
I mean, honestly, they started off really great on this map number 2. We saw them make those adjustments where they struggled in map number 1. So they came out, they took 2 rounds, only allowed Tarkov help 1 before they took 2 more. So initially it was a 4-1, a very great start. Now we see Tarkov help starting to find something that's working for them. They've been able to get 2 rounds in a row themselves, currently sitting at a 4-3. So they are down by 1. One more round before we head into halftime, but they're on the attacking side. And I feel like for some of these other maps, can really go either way. I certainly feel that Bowl is a little bit more of a defensive-sided map, so I feel like whether you win 5-3 or 4-4, that's still good numbers on the attacking side. So it's tough to really say at this point, but I feel like Tarkov Help is now starting to find their footing, and most likely, well, maybe not most likely, but I feel that they're likely to bring this back and come out on top.
We do talk about those scorelines going into the halftime being very crucial as guidelines, sort of rulers to guesstimate what the rest of the outcome of the match would be. And I've always been a fan, just like when we cast for some Rocket League, we talk about the 10 to 15 second rule per goal. Here for me, for Tarkov, it's a 6-2. That's the golden scoreline going into the half, even for a team that's uneven in skill match versus match. That's where you've done a good enough job in the first half to get yourself over the line without making mistakes that are crucially, obviously, impacting on the gameplay. 5-3, if you're a closely matched team, I think you're comfortable with. 4-4, if you're the team that's favored in the skill matchup, is also a great half. This being said, I don't know if Pandaric are going to be as comfortable with a 5-3 as to what that skill matchup would represent. The argument given is that their performance against XPA actually does represent what we're seeing on the table today.
Yeah, you know, again, it just goes to show how much talent is littered across the entire Arena Cup series. I mean, all these teams incredibly talented. They're pros for the reason. We've seen them kind of perform in other different areas or whatever. But we touched on it earlier. I think the CIS region has just been a little bit stronger in these last couple Arena Cup series. Now, as time goes on, we're seeing some evolution in those strategies. So, I don't think that it's not possible for them to find a dub or throw a wrench in the mix as time goes on. But, I feel like a lot of these teams that maybe came from HPL or stuff didn't have as many looks at some of these CIS teams. Maybe not as much VOD review or preparation coming, into play there. But, who really knows? This is all speculation on my part. I certainly didn't ask them. So, I could just be rambling over here.
And I've got to talk about something whilst we wait for us to load into the game about the production quality and the level of things that are going on regarding that. We've right now got an insane level of production value increase that comes through on a tournamently basis. It's not even a monthly or a seasonally basis now. It's literally from tournament to tournament. The guys are cooking in the background. From that of the likes of the highlights, that is a brand new feature for the Arena Cup series, with thanks to the guys that have put the work into that, and some outside help from other tournaments and organizations that are trying to work alongside the Hunt Premier in helping this environment grow. So you guys know who you are in the chat, so thank you for sharing that knowledge and spreading the wealth, guys. Not about gatekeeping that knowledge, but talking between each other to help each other grow. This highlights replay feature is a beautiful thing, but then add on top of it the one-on-one screen. Oh, and I'm sure we're going to get to see that again some point soon.
They didn't even prep me for that. They didn't even tell me that that was a thing. So when I saw it on screen, I was like, oh, yes, dude, this is amazing. So absolutely love to see the progression as time goes on. And that's what's been so great. I mean, we listen to the feedback, the community continuously growing together, taking steps and strides in the right direction. Obviously, you have, people here and there, but we won't even mention them. But it's great to see the majority of the community getting along and having a great time, and from the friendly banter to just everything. We certainly appreciate everybody hanging out and chatting. Maybe you haven't had an opportunity to play yet. Arena now on the Epic Store, 20% discount here as well, not only for Arena but for the base game. So it's a perfect time to get involved, get in the action. If you haven't had, I know we're playing Arena, but I'm still kind of stuck over toward the base game, the Labyrinth event. There's just a lot of great things going on in Tarkov, from the base game to the Arena game as a whole. And so honestly, just in this last year, the growth has been immense. I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
And the thing is as well, if you guys did not get to check out the Tarkov TV feature that actually started just before the first day of the Arena Cup Series event, and then came in and raided on in with all of that noise and activity to join us for the tournament, they mentioned multiple things coming in the future, including the new ideas for the Battle Pass, as well as big main events dropping throughout the year. I believe, as I wrote down in my rulebook or notebook, that it is actually potentially 3 big main events like the Labyrinth, the similar style to the Labyrinth, that are forecasted throughout the rest of 2025 on the roadmap. And I'm going to be honest with you, also as a base game player that spent a lot of time in Arena because they've brought so many amazing things to the game, it's nice to sit at the PC for once and be like, which one do I choose today? Rather than, well, I've not really got too much to play, so I'll just kind of default to this. It's nice to have a bit of enthusiasm to want to get involved in both atmospheres, and I like the crossover between the quests as well.
Yeah, honestly, again, they just continually make steps and strides in the right direction. And, we see everybody, where's my drop? I love free things, free drops.
Yep.
Well, you like free stuff. The Battle Pass is free. You've got no excuse to get out there and get yourself some fresh drip and add a little style to your character as well.
Some of the screenshots you can take with those paints and camos is absolutely insane, but we're going to talk about the accessories in the game a little bit later. Instead, we're going to talk about the access to success. And right now, we're 4-3 with Panderic up by 1. Tarkov help on the attack.
On the attack, only down by 1 round. We'll see if that timeout affected either of these teams, as Kakao says, not me. Dropping Evie right away. And again, the player advantage. The jump shot from Unknown, feeling froggy, but Bakizi quick to put him in the dirt.
Yeah, this is the kind of place you can't do that against. The grenade is going to go off towards green, but it's actually going to fall outside of the left-hand side of the container. Bakizi steps away from that one and keeps his life safe for now. 3 versus 5. Tarkov helps 2 versus 5. 2 versus 4. We're going to stop counting the numbers as everybody's hitting the floor.
To 2v4, Panderic. Numbers favoring them. So Yara spots Rapid over here toward Jin. They'll continue to play with each other here just a bit. The pre-fire, the bait, the swing, and both of these guys with the cat and mouse. Natrig finds one on the other side, and now they continue to go around this generator. The pre-fire on the spray, and Rapid comes out on top.
Oh, wow. Tried his best. Natrig on the curtain, but the Captain Bikisi is not going to be killed that easily. They don't call him the final boss Panda for nothing. 2 kills in that round, and 5-3. Pandas extend the lead back to 2, and that was the scoreline we were looking for going into the half, Hort. That's why we took a segment of the intermission there to talk about the ideal scoreline that the Pandas would like to lead into that half with. I think 5-3, you would say they've done a good job, but is 5-3 enough of a cushion against a team like Tarkov Help?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think this first round could be a big one for Tarkov Help as well. If they're able to win this first round, all of a sudden cut that gap a bit, start out this defensive side on that right foot, then all of a sudden you feel like that momentum begins to shift a little bit. But equally the same can be said for Panderic. If they can come out swinging, find an early round win, they were able to put two together, in that first half. So they can do something similar. I mean, it could be, again, a short day here on Bull.
Sink or swim. That's going to be the scenario at the end of this. The Pandas have nothing to lose. But at this point, that is both the gift and the curse. Question is, which is going to come through stronger? The gift being nothing to lose and nothing to hold back. Curse being over-aggression and overconfidence can then become complacency. Rapid, taking his time, really being delicate about the peak. He's going to win that fight into Sol Yara, and that's going to open up the aggression for Panderic. Second, Bikisi, the captain, comes through off of the young buck. Sees the inspiration and follows through with one of his own.
Evie trying to spot him, but that ace again lurking in the shadows here with his snipe continues to be a destructive force that unfortunately Tarkov Help has had a bit of trouble dealing with here. So all 5 members still standing here for Panderic as well. And what a way for them to start out this first half.
Yeah, smart reposition as both Panderic members stack up together to challenge the angle, but then step away as Resist re-swings it. That's Ace and Resist are having a fight back and forth as Unknown takes out Kakao, but Codex shuts him down.
Resist.
25.
Yeah, tough position to be in here. I mean, you're just all alone by yourself against 4 of these Panderic members. But again, I don't know what clicked for Panderic from game 1 to game 2, but they look like a completely different team out here.
Oh, what a shot from Resist as the dome of that Ace gets removed. It might be too little too late on the timer, but that's a beautiful shot nonetheless.
Yeah, you know, maybe a flashy little consolation prize to put a statement on the round there, as Panderic will be able to solidify that win, though. And now they double that lead up to 6-3. It's going to be up to Tarkov Help. They honestly need to get a couple rounds in a row here. If they allow Panderic Apex to get to match point this early, they find these next 2 rounds, I think we see that similar situation that we saw in game number 1, just those sides being reversed.
I think this is the crucial round right here for Panderic, is if they put the 7th on the board, they put themselves 1 away from match point, then the pressure is really on for Tarkov Help, because 1 mistake puts them at that crucial point, like you said, of leaving it down to 1 mistake being enough said and done and going goes down. That Ace responds, though, and Evie is immediately shut down back.
Nice to see Evie getting some early picks, though. We talked about them struggling just a bit in that first half in rare form. So Yara being patient here. We can see Codex, Kakao, and the rest of the crew on the other side trying to make some momentum toward this site here. But Solyara's in a very good position. If Kakao can maybe get out here and find a way to help out Codex just a bit, you can see they maybe have an idea. That nade coming out, but that flash bounces off the wall there. Maybe a bit of a misflash.
Starry-eyed they may be. Definitely not missing shots of Solyara, though. Kakao needs to come through and re-swing to claim the 1-for-1 trade. Bikisi is again on the backbone of the squad and at the forefront of the damage. 2-piece from Bikisi solidifies that push through. And the bomb's actually going on its way towards split. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. The full switcheroo as both teams swap sides on the map. Natrig now left all alone up on top office is going to check the B site, realize there's nobody home, and then see the scoreboard as 1v3. And this one is probably spoken for.
Yeah, 1v3 retake is insanely tough, I think, and just don't have the numbers. Time not really on your side either. So we'll see what happens here for Nat Rig, if they can find a kill or two maybe on their way out, or maybe just happen to have one of the craziest clutches of this playoff bracket yet.
Discipline, having to check everything, just drains off 25 seconds of the time before he starts rotating. He's here with 15 left on the clock, and there's just too much to be done, not enough time left to do it. And jumping onto site, he's going to get immediately nailed by that ace. Not even allowed the concept of trying to fake or ninja defuse.
Well, you talked about that magic number being 7. Pandaric was able to get there, so Tarkov Help feeling a little bit of that pressure, a little bit of that trouble here as they kind of work to get through these trenches. But it's great to see Pandaric making the proper adjustments here from game to game, especially this not being their map pick.
Yeah, this is the scary 7th. This is absolutely it. Pandaric have to close this out from here. They cannot let this kind of a lead slip, even to overtime at this point now, if they are going to be able to take that confidence on into the next map pick and enough energy to be able to follow it through. You can't give a team like Tarkov Help enough time to read your adjustment and then adjust to you themselves. So I would like to see Pandaric close us out quickly to have a chance of the best of 3. But for now, we're going to look at the action as the grenade goes out into sight. It is avoided for the time being. We'll look at the bomb.
Rapid just slowly lingering forward there as well. And only one on the B site at the moment. Tarkov Help stacked over here toward the A site. That bomb, though, or that device rather, still down towards spawn as we see 2 of those Pandaric members beginning to maybe slowly push their way toward this B site.
Pace is going to quicken
Oof.
immediately into the waiting arms of Solyara. The one lone member of Tarkov Help that is on that B site now, gaining a lot of information and support from a second and a third coming through spawn. The bomb's about to walk just past the top of Solyara, now sneaking onto a very tucked position on site. Keep eyes up as Rapid takes out the A site. There is a fight going down over on B at the moment, but the lurk versus lurk and a second on A plat might cause the bomb to come back the other way, and it does. Immediately the Pandas rotate.
Trying to keep him guessing, but Natrig's going to find that ace as they try to shift that direction. Rapid able to return fire and find Unknown over here as well. Natrig on board as we find or get to watch that kill. On to Rapid, the device pressing right into the crosshair of Natrig. The flash over the top of the spray, spotted one, the jump out from Codex as well. And dip, duck, dodging and diving as Evie comes in to save the teammate. A big round there for Tarkov Help.
It's a good effort from Pandaric, but back and forth they go from site to site, and although they do move very well with the tempo of the gameplay and the kills and the picks that they get, they've never really actually gained access to either site. They just gained a couple of good picks, and Tarkov Help did very well to adjust their positioning to keep both sites fully pressured.
Oh, Tarkov Help has a bit of an uphill battle, but Pandaric's not at match point just yet, so they can find a way to get a couple more rounds here in a row. They very well could have a very close game of potential overtime even on the cards, but Pandaric's looking to close it out and send us on to map number 3.
That bomb on Bakisi is completely blind. Down he goes into the prone spot to try and avoid any form of a wallbang or anything else coming his way unless it's absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Codex is going to come through and try and support him to stop for an aggressive push. The other 3 members have to hold. Great utility use out of Tarkov Help to dissuade the attack to this A site. Bakisi probably getting up out of prone in about the next 10 to 15 seconds as that starts to wear off.
Natrig measuring the wind direction here. Getting that lineup on point, but most of these members here toward that A site again. Cacao now into the prone position. Has been spotted. Has a little help with the buddy system, but it's Evie. We talked about the struggles of Evie earlier, but they've come alive now, Crack.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rapid gets caught as Unknown, starts to retreat away from the generator and exposes to the wide angle. Gen Nade comes out. Unknown's already out of the way of that too. That ace now setting up for another. Here comes Hop-Up. Hop-Up's lurking to the right-hand side of the position as well, out of the way of that nade too, also not finding a home. Tarkov Help doing a great job of wasting the utility from Pandaric as they push in. Oh wow, Natrig finds one as Unknown, then backs him up. 2 go down. It's all on Codex, left alive in a 1v5.
Shots continue to ring out towards Gen, but Codex in a top position. Can't find resist here as well, and Tarkov Help slowly making their way back into it now. Just down by 2 rounds here as they're beginning to work well together.
Yeah, I mean, it goes from being Scary 7 to the Hateful Eight for a reason. Scary 7 is just that, scary if executed and closed out upon. They've got to find this match point, and soon, for the Panderic squad, for fear that Tarkov Help are absolutely going to reverse sweep it on the swapping of the sides. And this is why we talked about that buffer. Was 5-3 enough? Would 6 and 2 have been what they would have liked to have been at to guarantee this close? Surely there's 2 rounds in it here. Back to the A site again. Smoke on Generator's going to keep that player stifled. A quick push onto site, though, gets a 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1 as Bakizi, the captain, comes out again.
Oh, that nade, though, from Natrig finding Bakizi to make it back to a 3v3. The equalizer, shots ringing out through the smoke as well. Codex looking to pick up the device and does. Is he going to be able to find this plant here, though? It does appear he's going to be able to get it down here. In that background, Eevee, though, Eevee finding that ace. It's all down to Rapid and Codex. Rapid's been spotted. We talked about Eevee coming alive, but they're looking unstoppable now.
Yeah, I might have heard a little bit of frustration too, but Natrig's going to decide that Eevee's not necessary when it comes to retaking that site. Goes for the 1v1, challenges and completes the kill onto the member and diffuses that bomb with 30 seconds left remaining. Tarkov Help pick up their 3rd consecutive in a row and move it to a 1-round game, 7-6.
Woo. Starting to get a little bit too close to the edge of my seat here. We're going to take another quick look at this one here. Natrig, Eevee hanging out. It was that first nade from Natrig that dropped that device down there before it was planted, but it was these 2 picks from Eevee here on the backside by the ambulance that really set him up to win that round. So Tarkov Help now just 1 away from tying it all up.
Extremely close game, and what we definitely expected out of the matches as we moved on into the playoff section for the Arena Cup Series in Season 3. At 1:45 on the clock, we're into round number 14. Can Bakizi lead the Pandas to victory? Take us to a 3rd map. Now, this is an interesting spread.
Eevee finding an early pick again. And we talked about Eevee coming alive. The beast has awoken, or awakened rather. Bakizi trying to rotate back around the other way. Panderic not wanting to give up any easy picks. There are 2 members from Tarkov Help over toward this B side, though. But again, we see a lot of space being taken, and Resist is in a very good off angle here as well. He's going to spot the barrel first. Resist finds Bakizi, and now it's a 5v3.
The team instantly responds to the information, but he's already gone. Resist's out of there, and as Rapid checks towards Medshort, he almost knows where he's going to be rotating round 2 next. Keeps an eye on 90, has to watch towards Medshort now, and Resist is already probing the angle. Thankfully, Rapid has... Never mind, he's got that ace behind his shoulder. It doesn't matter where his shots go, because that ace only needs to hit him once.
The eye in the sky, the overlooking presence of that ace for that snipe. You can feel confident with a team like that, watching your back and looking over you, but they still need 1 more to make it a 3v3. That numbers advantage favoring Tarkov Help. You can see that rotation coming into play, but Kakao was here waiting patiently. Now the shots ring out, but they don't quite hit the mark. That ace finds Natrig. Eevee up into the spot. Does he know? Kakao does. Finds the pick. It's all down to Solyara. That ace.
One short of that ace. That's all, though.
Yeah.
4 kills. What a set of shots. And the Pandas do find that crucial match point. Now, it was 1 in 3. 3 rounds sees Tarkov Help push us to overtime. Can the Panderic squad put 2 together here when it matters the most to push us to a 3rd map?
Tarkov Help needs these final 2 rounds. They want to send it into overtime. And Derek looking to close it out here. They had a phenomenal start. It was Tarkov Help who's been able to bring it back a bit, and that nade went somewhere. Natrig will get ready for the second one.
That nade on Generator should have claimed lives, but both Panderic members ran away when they saw the heat coming. Rapids for the first. Resist has Codex's number, though. The shots from Resist through the top of the metal girder. Oh, my word.
Kakao's able to find Eevee, though. Not a ton of health here for Kakao. Resist begins to circle back the other way, but he doesn't hit the shot. It's Bakizi to find the headshot. And all of a sudden, Panderic looking to close it out. Bakizi finds Natrig. It all comes down to Solyara in a 3v1.
surely this is it. Surely the Panderic squad, as soon as they gain information that this member is still holding headshot, can either just 3v1 flood the site or go round to the B site for a free plant. Kakao and Bakizi are both very low on health as you see them two battle buddying up together. Ateis on the shoulder now. The three of them are just going to work as a little train. Solyara is going to find the tight angle. They flash at the perfect time, and Solyara is anything other than able to help right now. Blindness is not an ailment, but a curse. Oh, look at the three swing, slowly cutting one behind the other. Oh, it's like a nightmare coming through. One of them does isolate, though, and gives a free kill. The second, Solyara's headshot. It looks good, but Bakizi, the captain, will not be killed on the cusp of success. We go to one apiece, and we go to map 3.
Absolutely love it. Panderic able to lock it down when it mattered most. They'll get the dub 9-6 here as we get ready for Fort. And we talked about if Panderic could make it to Fort, that would give them the best shot at winning this matchup here, as they did take a game away from XPA on Fort. So now all of a sudden things get thrown up into the air and you begin to wonder exactly how it's going to play out.
What a phenomenal game. First goes decisively in the favor of Tarkov Help after what looked like a good start from the Pandas. The second looks to be more of the same, but it does feel like the Panderic squad that took that lead, that got a little bit of momentum behind themselves, gave themselves the inspiration almost, the belief that they could do it. And after a rough couple of rounds, they pull one back. And that was why we call it the Scary 7, Hawk. Because you get that one round at the crucial time to push you from 7 points to 8, to put you onto that map point position. After losing a couple, that's the motivation that really does pull you back into it. So Tarkov Help and Panderic Apex find themselves split in the best of 3, one map apiece, where we will be going to map 3 to decide which one of these two teams is knocked out of the Arena Cup Series Season 3.
Yeah, you know, and again, I mean, that both teams winning the enemies or their opponents' map pick as well. So the fact that it comes down to Fort here does make me very excited. Fort has been my favorite map, at least. So it's tough. You know, we talked about Panderic taking that game away from XPA on Fort, but Tarkov Help also, you know, plays very well on Fort. So at this point, it's really anybody's game.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sat here gripping the edges of my seat because that was a close one. I did feel like Tarkov Help might have just found the adjustment they needed to bring that one back. For 3 rounds in a row, it was great. Out of Resist, out of Natrig, out of Solyara, in different elements and different aspects of their playstyle and what they do for the team representatively. But the captain of the ship, the cookbook extraordinaire, comes through not just with some great work with the grenades, but also some exceptional gunplay. And I'm sure when we get to take a look into the highlights, Hawk, we are going to see at least 2 occasions where Bakizi puts together back-to-back 2 pieces of just pure domination on entry to site.
You know, I still feel like it maybe slightly favors Tarkov Help here, but I think after that strong win from Panderic, they've got to be feeling very confident here, and momentum is certainly can be a driver. But I'm gonna take a quick moment to look at some of these highlights here. Codex fighting some big pieces. There's Bakizi getting in on the action as well, and really we've seen some great shots from everybody out there on the battlefield.
You're absolutely right. I think every single member on the pitch in this one definitely played their part. That ace hitting shot after shot after shot, though, is definitely going to be the honourable mention, if not MVP, inside of this game. This is something that is consistently causing problems for the Panderic lineup, though, is Unknown on that shotgun kit, the Masker, and the damage he is doing, especially inside of the tight site in the first map on Bay 5. That's going to be the big killing problem for the Panderic squad when it comes to Fort in the deciding map. This one was crazy here. Bakizi for the first, as the contest from Headshot is great, but doesn't end up working out. And then these were beautiful. First one kills one, damage on the second, goes down to the shots, and another grenade comes out later, and then you've got this clutch up.
Yeah, that ace on that snipe was definitely a big deciding factor in this one here on Bull, as we saw that cat and mouse there. Rapid able to find Solyara to wrap up that round. And it was 5-3 at the halftime. Panderic came out and won those first 2 rounds after that half swap and really just set themselves up for victory, as Bakizi again making it look easy, baby.
I've got to say, the slow-mo on the spear, especially in the hands of Resist in some of these highlights, is some of the most satisfying watching experiences you get overall. Just the single tap headshot, rattles 3 bullets off, and that ace, oh, even when we watch that again, that still makes me shiver with just how disgusting it is. What a great game from the Pandas, and there is life. The Panda is still breathing. They are still fighting at this point, actually, tooth and nail for a chance to move on in the Arena Cup Series 3. I mean, one of these teams is going home after this third map. Could you imagine the scenario we say that it's Tarkov Help that gets knocked out instead of the Pandas? I don't know, man. I really, really did think we had to see something on Bay 5 for it to be believable. And it's more of the same with Fort, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you look at all of these teams and it feels weird to say, oh, well, I can't believe they're going home already in round one, but that's just how great all of these teams are. So, it's tough. We know how great Pandaric Apex is. We've come to love them over the time as well, but Tarkov Help. I mean, there's just so much talent across the entire bracket here. So, again, I had a feeling it was going to go to game 3. I did call for Tarkov Help to win the series, so I'm still leaning into that. I do think they take it here on Fort. I am hoping that it's a very close one, and if it goes to overtime, you won't find me complaining.
Yeah, that's right. And ladies and gentlemen, in between the games here today, you've got another one of those wonderful raffles going on in the chat. So if you want to get a chance at your hands in the dance on the prizes, well, exclamation mark ACS gets you a chance at a raffle off for an EFT Arena Standard Edition key. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to take part in the game, or you fancy gifting a key out to a friend so they can come and play alongside you in the battlegrounds, then exclamation mark ACS so you can potentially join in on the hot prize line. Hot, it's been some hot action all day today, and I cannot wait to see what's up next.
Hot action indeed. And guys, although we love and absolutely appreciate everybody over there at Battle State Games, if you want to get in on the giveaway, you have to type exclamation point ACS in the Hunt Premier channel. That's the only way to get in that giveaway for that EFT Arena standard key. So now's the perfect time to do so. I know there's a lot of people in chat, so we can't, we all can't be winners. But the nice thing is, even if you don't win, 20% off complete wide base game arena, 20% off sale right now. So there's still an opportunity for you to find it a little bit easier route into the game. And you can find that game on the Epic Store as well now. So we'd love to see you all out there in action. And who knows, maybe you'll form your own team one day. Maybe we'd have the luxury of casting and showcasing some of your talent here one day.
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are sat here on the Battle State Games stream and you're joining us through that shared chat function, please make sure to take a moment to pop across to the Hunt Premier broadcast page to pop that exclamation mark ACS in the Twitch chat there so that your name can be used in the raffle for a chance to win at the prizes. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that will be drawn in the near future. Keep your eyes on the prize for that one being shouted out in chat. And when we get a second in the commentary booth, we'll also give you a call out for which one of you guys becomes king or queen in claiming that prize. Now, speaking of kings and queens, well, we've got to talk about the champions of our second matchup on the day to be decided in the third map. We're back to a best of one, Hawk, no longer a best of 3. We've decided to split the tables evenly straight down the middle, and it finds us falling into the portcullis of Fort.
Absolutely love it. I love Fort, one of my favorite maps. So glad to be back here. 2 phenomenal teams, 10 players with unmatched talent to bring all the action. I mean, this is just the start to the story that Cracked and I, are lucky enough to get to tell you. We've got a weekend full of action where by the end of it on Sunday, we will crown our ACS number 3 champion. But got a little time to get there. We've got some action to get through today, and we'll have a little time to rest up. I know day 2 and 3 are going to be a little bit longer maybe than day 1 here, but nonetheless, the action will only continue to grow as we are locked and loaded. I've been having so much fun in day 1. It makes me that much more excited for what's to come.
Yeah, and the way that the schedule's lined up, we actually get 3 games on day 2 and then 3 games on day 3 as well, with the potential for a whole load of craziness going on down the line. And like we say, multiple repeat matchups where people may have seen losses to each other previously in the tournament being flipped on their head, and then a chance for a second chance at survival or revival or revenge, depending on how the story is told to that point in time on the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing experienced throughout the entirety of the Arena Cup Series Season 3 so far, and we've not even gotten to the three-quarter waypoint. Okay, we are now just slightly over the halfway mark, but there's so much more action still to come. Myself and Hawk, we're going to be here proudly yapping from the booth for you guys all weekend, thanks to Hunt Premier and the partnership from Battle State Games and all the hard work that goes on in the background. And I think, Hawk, it's time to take a moment to mention a few of the names of the guys that really are cooking in that background, because it's not just a few people, all right? Multiple members from different perspectives are putting a lot of hard work and effort in.
And I can assure you, it's not an easy job. I much prefer to be up here on the mic, pretending to look pretty and yelling at the mic. These guys do put so much hard work in behind the scenes, and they often do not get enough credit. So huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes. I know observing today, we've got Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, Fish Goose, and our boy Damien. As far as the crew goes, I know we go OG Don Mecca, the Crispy Lemon, Cynthia, Turbo Bear. We got Klish back there with some highlights. Boosh, as always, the crew manager. Wouldn't be complete without our eye in the sky, the man, the myth himself, Connor as well. And of course, last but certainly not least, Philbo. I mean, Philbo's put in so much hard work behind the scenes to grow Hunt Premier to what it is today. Obviously, always giving out codes for those of you in chat, having just something extra, something nice for everybody. So again, guys, we need some hype in chat for everybody behind the scenes, all the way from top to bottom, bottom to top, because there's a lot of wonderful individuals here. And honestly, again, I'm just happy to be a part of it, honestly. So again, huge shout out. Thanks to them, Hunt Premier and Battle State Games.
And we make a joke, ladies and gentlemen, if you're familiar with the Hunt Premier broadcast, then you're familiar with the common emote that goes in the chat alongside our fond hobbit in the background, and that is hashtag blame Philbo. And although we do blame Philbo for the technical difficulties, the kicking of a PC, the pulling of a cord, and forgetting to unmute at the beginning of a broadcast from time to time, there is one thing that we blame Philbo for, and we thank him for on multiple occasions, and that's all the amazing work that he puts into the scene. So, I mean, this time you can blame Philbo, but for all the right reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 and the deciding factor, Panderic versus Tarkov Helpert. It's fought, baby.
It's Ford, and unfortunately, one of these teams is going to have to go home. One will advance into that upper bracket where they have to take on XP Academy, but it's Rapid with a rapid start to find Unknown, who's a player that's been giving Panderic a little bit of trouble here in these matchups on that Enforcer class, but not here in round number 1.
And this is the kind of game that's going to slow down a little bit until the Balti rings out. And there goes the heartbeats of one of the Tarkov Help members as that ace takes out the second. And there's the third. Boom. Down he goes again. It's almost like the sentence being hit out by the judge from the gavel on the table. The third is going to be picked from the back of Spawn as Kakao closes out the second part of action in the round after First Blood. And the only thing that's left in those numbers is the one remaining member of Naftrig.
It was immediately taken out by Codex. It's a flawless round here from Panderic, and I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream, but Panderic actually has some of my favorite strategies I've seen so far on Fort. A little more so on the attacking side, which we'll have to wait to see here in just a little bit. But I really like how Panderic navigates around this map. And again, when you have someone as talented as that ace, you have a little bit more freedom to do so.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the day to decide the top 4 teams across the EU and CIS region at this current moment in time in current state of Arena. That's right, all 4 teams from the EU region and the CIS region, the top 4 teams from each of those 2 regions, started it out at the beginning of the group stages. Now we're down to 6, 5 theoretically after the first match of the day, soon to be reduced to 4.
A little bit of slower round here. We're able to grab a couple winners as Resist finds that ace, and that's a good opening pick, but huge shout out to Svetis. Yeah, I know you know who you are. And then Claudemir 741. Guys, be sure to make that ticket in Discord so we can get you that copy of Arena. And we look forward to seeing you out there on the battlefield. You can hear Unknown putting those bullets downfield as well. That ace, Bakizi taking an early exit on this one. This time it's Tarkov Help with that player advantage. The jump shot tries to go in. They've got a little help from Codex in toward Donut, but Tarkov Help is on the site here already, kind of in a cheeky position, just waiting on the round that corner, but it's Codex to find the first Unknown on the trade, and back and forth we go. Codex, an ice answer back on to Resist.
Actually paused for a second as the bomb went down on site because it looked like the member holding in dark should have had the chance to be able to swing back and take him out, but he never actually swung due to the pressure from the Panderic squad members standing from archers. Now, 2v2 left on the table. Bomb is planted and the deactivation comes through. I think the audio cue's been covered. The cover is there from Codex and the other members too far away to stop him. Panderic take round number 2.
Honestly, that looked like a round that Tarkov Help might have or probably should have won realistically, but Codex a 4K on the round. Panderic off to a good start, and all of a sudden, Panderic now in that driver's seat. We talked about that stipulation of them making it to Fort, and we're already beginning to see why a little bit.
This is set to be a great game as well, Horton. This is on the defending side from Panderic, but if we're to see another 6-2, 5-3 half from the Pandas here, and we go into the second half with them attacking on 4 in the lead, 1, I will be surprised. 2, this is going to be absolute cinema.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be surprised, but I understand what you're saying. But again, Panderic, we have to remember how well they played against XPA Academy on Fort here as well. Certainly a map that they've done a good job of executing their game plan. And when things go awry, they also do a great job of adapting here on Fort. So we do see Tarkov Help slowing it down just a little bit, maybe trying to find one of these early picks to give them that advantage they need.
This is what we said in a similar sense, and Sol Yara has that ace with his back exposed, and the heals are Codex. Sol Yara is a ghost in the night, and the Pandas have not got their night vision on. It looks like they're lost in the source as Sol Yara's in the back line. The captain comes to the save for the rescue, but he's only going to be able to claim long. He's not claiming the site as the bomb is planted.
I mean, the fact that they got that ace on that first pick, and then I don't know if the comms didn't come out, but Kakao never turned around, just stayed prone there. So a couple early good picks here from Sol Yara to start off this round. The device already down here as well, and so Panderic just has about 30 seconds to work in toward the retake. Natrig finding Codex, though, as Rapid comes in for the assist, but Natrig on a tear, cooking up Bakizi here as well, and we'll find the final one. It's Resist to get Rapid, and now Tarkov Help looking to kind of inch back into it. We talked about not allowing these teams to get too far ahead too early, so a good response here relatively quickly.
This is why I did say to you that I would be surprised if we see Panderic going into the half with a lead, because the one thing that has impressed me about this Tarkov Help lineup throughout the entirety of the group stages is the way that they have dealt with the unknown extremely well. No pun intended, unknowns on their side. I'm in the unknown factor of the other team. They have adjusted, like you mentioned, and adapted extremely well for both teams here. But I do think that Tarkov Help is the kind of hive mind that's going to be very quick to find the positioning of that ace on Fort and try and capitalize on it by picking him off. Strong 4 members push towards Donut on the B site this time. Relatively good defensive position from Rapid. Only a concussion. He's going to get the first. Wait a minute. He actually picks the second on the dark ramp with the adjustment as he comes out of that fight there. What? Oh my! Rapid to the second on the left-hand side. He's going wild.
That was Codex that actually came down the steps and got that second kill to help out Rapid, actually. And so Rapid gets the 2-piece, Codex finding one in the mix, and now again they work off that player advantage here as we see that device trying to go down. Sol Yara, though, finding a big one on Rapid, but Bakizi already working on this flank in from behind.
Yeah, well spotted. The action's getting that crazy inside of the game, then I'm not able to keep an eye on the kill feed and the kills on screen at the same time because people are playing like absolute demons. That ace is going to challenge through the smoke. Of course he is. Whoa!
Rare form. You know, it's nice to see these legends showing that they are capable of human mistakes as well. And that ace in rare form missing a shot that Sol Yara makes him pay for. And all of a sudden, this 4v2 becomes a 2v3 and things get a little bit more feasible because Natrig now has complete control of this A site, which allows this rotation to come in. They should be able to get this plant down here with relative ease.
And because they've gone long all the way around from the garden position, Bakizi is going to have had visual knowledge, but no audio cue early enough to be able to contest the site. What he is going to have is enough information to bring members to support retaking the site without losing more than 10 seconds off the clock. You see about the 40-second mark, both the battle buddy system from Cave and Long are going to come into 90. First point of contact is there. 2 versus 1, Natrig's got a load to do, and he does not manage to make anything of it. Bakizi's on site with the defuse in tow. The 2 members are just going to pressure, and this should be an easy closeout for the Pandas.
That pre-fire shots ringing in makes it impossible to find that peak. Codex on the defuse. And with that, Panderic will remain in that 2-point cushion for the time being, but We knew it was going to be a tough one here. I'm loving the back and forth already early in this one as it comes down to this final game here in game number 3. And unfortunately, one of these teams is going to have to go home after today.
And you can see that Tarkov Helper starting to target that ace, the member that had absolutely shown up in the previous game for Panderic in multiple points throughout the ball match to bring those highlights to sway the rounds in their favor. This time, Codex has decided to say to that ace, you can have a break, my friend. Take a rest. I'll do some of the heavy lifting this time. 7-1. Codex is on an absolute tear himself too.
That nade not going to hit the mark just yet. That'll allow Eevee to pressure in here, though, as the flash comes back in toward the top. Just everybody maybe looking to find this swing here together. Only one toward that A site, though, here. And if they can find a way to shift in behind them, they could find this early pick. It would really open up the A site here once more.
What's crazy is there's no cannons control from Panderic at this moment in time. They have a deep member to spawn to push across if they need to, but they're playing extremely defensively so that if it is an A-site push, they have the rotation. Right now, though, Solyara, doing absolutely Solyara things, playing a game of cat and mouse, is going to look to try and find the back of Kakao exposed again.
Yeah, he actually spotted Kakao for a brief second. But that ace coming in with the help here, and Solyara goes down after making some leeway onto the site. Kakao from a distance will find resist, and with that, they're going to opt to head back toward the B side here.
I don't want to say it's a game of cat and mouse. It feels like a game of rat and mouse at the moment at the pace the guys are moving over on the A side. It is a snail's pace, but that's not always a race to get to site. Sometimes slow and steady will win you site control. This time, Rapid denies Unknown anything in this round. Tarkov Helper stuck 2v4 and a bit for Codex bleeding out of his health.
That ace, you can hear that shot ring out and does strike a little fear into the heart. That ace is going to find Eevee. Natrig, though, at a minimum, able to find at least one trade here. And we'll try to play and toy around with that ace, but unfortunately, that is not an easy thing to do. And now, all of a sudden, Panderic up 4-1 in the driver's seat.
I'm trying to remember how we were looking at a similar time in a previous map. Wasn't this confident, and it definitely went back to 4-3. This is one of the crucial points we've got to look in comparison for the next map is, where does this round go, Hawk? Can Panderic push the pressure even further? And instead of letting a couple of rounds go in between, continue that snowball on to really, really threaten Tarkov Help for the spot.
I mean, Panderic really has a great opportunity for some smooth sailing in that second half. They just got to find a way to close out this first half. Rapid has spot one up top. That nade comes in, and somehow Rapid is still standing after that. I'm unsure how.
He's going to run into Mini for some protection as Codex covers him off. Unknown looks to try and hunt one down, but Codex is good for 2. Natrig on the backside of it is also going to fall to the damage from Codex, and this is looking like it might be very Panderic favored again. 5 versus 3. The bomb's still lurking towards A with only one to contest, but it is absolutely set for promised gold. Look at how deep they're holding this spawn hole. Look at how far back Bakisi and that ace are right now. They have so much rotation control.
Yeah, and when they're on offense, they have that strategy where they push up this side and try to flank. So it's almost like they're playing to counter a strategy that they run on the attacking side here. But it's been working very, very well. Kakao here. Codex, who finds resist. Eevee, excuse me, almost caught in that animation, though, but able to collect onto Kakao. It is a 2v4 here, all down to Solyara again and Eevee. Little calm before the storm here. Shots will eventually ring out. Rapid able to collect on to Solyara. Eevee goes down to Rapid here as well. And Panderic firing on all cylinders here on 4.
Saw the timer. The spectator did a phenomenal job there as I forgot to hit the mute key. Solyara staring towards Colt, doing a really, really good job of holding the flank if it was coming through from middle, but did not realize that that lurker was on the other side of the dice roll, Hawk, coming back really deep from the other side of Garden. Well, that's the kind of pressure you need to close it out. Panderic moved to 5-1. 7-1 half, or am I dreaming?
Yeah, I feel like Tarkov Help gets at least one more round here. But I could be wrong. Again, I think if I'm other teams watching right now, if I get the opportunity to ban and I'm playing Pandaric, I'd probably ban away from Fort. This is, again, a map that they just play well on. Again, the only team to take one away from XPA Academy, it happened here. And again, already 5-1 against Tarkov Help, who's no slouches.
It's a great defensive smoke from Panderic on the A site there that covers off K1, just stops all of that lobby pressure that can flood through quickly without it being just flooding through smoke into blindness. It's not a safe way to enter it onto that A site. You have to give it 20 seconds for that to just plume out and then clear. The bomb, however, is deciding to do its own dinky little route towards the B site, being a bit stealthy, just tucking outside a donut. There is support from mid on the Tarkov Help side, but Panderic with this very well spread defense this time, 3 and 2, heavily stacked towards A, is going to start to activate. Bikisi for the first as EV goes down. Headshot cleanly from the captain.
I mean, Panderic time and time again has found these opening picks to set themselves up for that player advantage, and they continue to do it so well here on Fort. Unfortunately for Tarkov Help, they've been struggling a bit. Resist will find that ace, and with that ace down, it opens up things just a bit. Now from behind, he's going to find Bikisi. Did he see Kakao over there as well, though?
It doesn't seem to matter as Kakao's got his number when it comes to the kill. 3v3. Little health left, though. Codex finds one. Kakao goes down. Resist. Remember that Tarkov Help needs to look to at this moment in time to be able to revive the lineup, restore some stability, try and steal this round back. Like you said, put that second on the board before we go into the half to give a little bit more confidence. Codex is just going to have to play his life here. There's nothing else he needs to do as the bomber's sat on site in a terrible spot. Down prone, though. The barrel's sticking out. That's going to give him an easy kill, but the trade's there. With 5 seconds left on the clock, there's not enough time for Natri to collect the bomb, let alone plant it. Panderic claim a 6.
Yeah, Tarkov Help just doesn't have an answer for them here on Fort. And Panderic, we talked about what team shows up. They certainly struggled in map number 1 on Bay 5, which is rare form for them. But we talked about it. I don't know what was said in between game 1 and 2, but somebody lit a fire under them. And honestly, they've been looking absolutely amazing here in these last 2 games.
This is why I don't like to count teams out when you get into a playoff stage. I feel like it's almost a case of you've earned your stripes. Whether you scraped your way through the group stages in this kind of a tier of talent tournament, you made it to the playoff stage for a reason. You've got something within the team that allows you to compete at the highest level. And the Pandas are absolutely showing us that they deserve the right to be here, even though they were the lowest seed coming out of their group. And they are giving Tarkov Help one heck of a deciding game on Fort.
Again, Codex Kakao, these early picks, and we might just see that 7-1 half here cracked as there's only Nat Rig and Solyara standing.
Oh, Balti goes down, and I think you might be right, Hawk. That ace decided you needed a bullet point at the end of your sentence to stop that one from going any further. Shots from Solyara does not find the top of his head, and he's going to fall prey to the Balti if he's not careful. That ace is just playing with his life and playing with his food at this moment in time. Solyara for the dance to death in mini. He's got quick steps for the 2-step, but he's not got enough for the rest of them. 4 still alive on Panderic, and it is the 7-1 half. We are in dream scenario, sir. We are set for success. And EU might still be standing strong today. I cannot believe we might be considering the fact that we have a 2-2 split EU and CIS going into the next stages of playoffs.
Yeah, I know we briefly got to talk about it before we got going here today as well. And I feel like Panderic was that one team that we said if anybody was going to find that upset, it would be them, just because they're the team that took a game off of XPA where nobody else really has been able to do so. So again, that stipulation was making it to Fort. They were able to get here, and man, are they putting on a performance.
I'm not going to say anything yet. We're not cursing it, all right? But I fetched a prop for a certain joke that I might now be having to rethink very quickly and rapidly after the first match that we saw left me a little bit nervous for the Panderic future inside of Arena Cup Series 3, but they have given me no reason to do anything other than be proud and believe, because it looks like this could just be the beginning of a great story in the Arena Cup Series for this new Panderic roster.
Talked about Panderic making those big money moves in the offseason, and now Resist killing Solyara. Their first team kill of the day comes at a detrimental round here as Panderic looks to close things out. Codex has 14 on the board, and that ace will put one more for him off the back of a beautiful grenade.
I can't believe this is happening. It's a rare form to see resisting success. Is definitely not something we're commonly often for saying. And the other thing to be said is that that ace puts the king of utility from the Tarkov help side and Natri down with a grenade. Now, shots on the pro member in Rapid as he's taking a moment to rest, finds him caught with his pants down. Resist having that one for his favor. 2 versus 4. The bomb is being planted on the site, but it doesn't matter. That ace has the head of unknown in his sights. And it's a 1 versus 4 with 45 seconds to defuse. Oh no. Faulty.
And there it is, that ace again on that shot. The snipe he's just been the arch nemesis over here. He might not have the top frags, but he has had some really big key frags in this one, and already almost into double digits at WoW. Panderic now sitting at match point with 7 opportunities to close it out. And, well, we might just see Tarkov help not getting any assistance and heading home early in this one.
I feel like I'm going through an evolution. I don't know whether it's transfiguration or what, but I feel like I'm becoming a panda. At this moment in time, at 8-1, and with the EU pride on the line, the Panderic squad have come to the table today to show that they will not go that easily. They will not go at all with Rapid straight into 2. They've decided they've had enough of the game. They don't even want to wait for consecutive, consistent gunfights. It's just chaos and criminal activity in the cathedral. Panderic forced their way onto the A site and plant the bomb, and there are 45 seconds and 2 members between them and the next stage of the Arena Cup series.
I mean, this final round was just complete pandemonium. A flawless round for Panderic as they're able to close it out. It was a rough start in game number 1, but they've trudged through the trenches to get where they are now, and they will be advancing on to day number 2 as we have to take a moment now to say goodbye to the legends of Tarkov Help.
I'm sorry, can you just say that again for me so that I can realize that it's reality, for I fear I might need to pinch myself. So, what a ridiculous game. Panderic find it from the clutches of defeat after map 1 looked like it was anything other than exactly what the story had foretold before we got into the gameplay. Then, as always, seems to be common with the Pandas, when the tides are high and when it gets tough, they just get back up and keep on fighting. From a great match in map 2 to a phenomenally dominant performance in map 3 and some outstanding gameplay from Codex of the MVP. What a game.
Well, you know, we said this was the one that goes to 3. It certainly does. We thought that if Panderic could make it to 4, they would be able to get the dub. Now, I didn't think it would be that decisively 9-1, but absolutely love to see it from this Panderic Apex squad. I mean, we talked about the time they've been putting in the offseason, some of the struggles they've had in the previous seasons as well. I know even more recently in the HPL, Bakizi having some disconnects, having to forfeit some of those matches, but showing up and showing out big time here today. Panderic Apex able to advance on to day number 2. But again, I flash back to before we got this series started. I do not envy the winner of this game that's Panderic Apex, because they have to go on to face XP Academy. But again, at least in their favor, the only team yet to take a game away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. What a performance out of the Panderic squad when it counts. I mean, they showed us that they had it within them in the group stages. They did what they needed to make it through out of the groups in a tough group as well, by the way. This is something we said about both of the group stages for the Arena Cup series, with it being 8 teams instead of 16 like we had from the previous one. There was a lot more on the line and a lot less chance and room for error. And with a 2-1 victory over Tarkov Help, Panderic secures themselves as one of the top 4 teams across the EU and CIS regions.
I love it. I love to see the Panderas making moves after some struggles. But again, you know, all of these teams deserve to be here. We talk about the talent that's littered across every single one of these teams, but Again, day number 2, I think, is going to be one of the most exciting yet. As we talk about it earlier, we get to see that revenge match from Sicario versus Virtus Pro. And at this point, it's basically a revenge match for Pandaric as well. They lost in the group stages. We keep touching base on it. I know I sound like a broken record, but a team that was able to take a game away from XPA, but there was no best of threes in those group stages. So we didn't get to crown a king in that matchup. So we get an opportunity to do that. We just got to wait a little bit longer, Craig.
Oh, I don't know about waiting a little bit longer. I think I might just have to go back and watch the group series and then today's matches all over again to fill the time between today and tomorrow, because I tell you now, all I'm going to be doing is thinking about what potential upsets we have on the horizon after the Pandas have proved that in a performance on the pitch on the day, you can upset what seems to be the stronger team in the paperwork. There's still 4 stories to be told, and there's potential upsets and even full Uno reversos with that lower bracket being involved too. Tomorrow's going to be a day of playing through who's necessarily going to be making it in that upper bracket section. You'll see 3 games tomorrow, as well as then the lower bracket completion on the final day and that grand final, as well as the drops that come along with it. I know there's been a lot of favor in the chat throughout the day for the Cyber Green skin and those the Twitch Stripes Green skin that's coming along with it. Well, those 2, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be part of the Arena Cup Series section. All you got to do is be in it to win it by being present for the action. We are going to quickly take a trip into the story of the game. And this is Fort highlights, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, again, Pandaric, their strategies on Fort seem to be unmatched at the moment here as we take a dive into some of these highlights. Codex, that MVP in that round, and you see why here, continues to be a force to be reckoned with. Great crosshair placement, great spray transfer, as Solyara did find 2 in that play there, but it was all Pandaric here in this one on Fort.
I mean, Pandas get caught out of the jungle a couple of times by Natrig, and some great work from Solyara that we've seen consistent through the entirety of the best of 3, but when it came to Fort fears dominance, strength and aggression, and the Pandas, wow, look at that shot from that ace there, the slow-mo finish as well as the bolt connects. Tried, tested, and true. You're going to get to jump on board with Rapid as he pops off towards the later sections of the game as well. We saw Rapid being the motivator and the catalyst in that final round there to close it out, but it's just kill after kill after kill of exceptional gunplay out of Pandaric on Fort, and it was dominant, Fort. There's no other word for it. Dominance is right. Look at this Rapid here. 2 quick kills.
Yeah, that final round was just the absolute perfect stamp to a phenomenal series there. And there he is, the pandemonium. It's Panda Cracked. It's the Cracked Panda up in the building. And I know you were talking about all those wonderful drops, Cracked. I do want to remind everybody to set those alarms, though, because both tomorrow and Sunday, that stream's going to be starting 2 hours earlier than today. So that's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll be 1500 over there in that BST region for those of you as well. So be sure to set those alarms, because I don't want to see people waking up a couple hours late. Oh, I'm not going to get my last drop. I wasn't here in time. We don't want to hear none of that. Show up on time.
Yeah, you've got to be in it to win it, ladies and gentlemen. That's absolutely right. If you are not present, then you can't claim your prizes. And folks, I've got to speak for the atmosphere in chat before the channel even goes live. If you've been one of those people that's here a little bit early, maybe you're a fan of organization, well, you'll notice that the chat's already popping before the screen has that beautiful bright red dot that tells you the actions are coming, all right? So if you want to be here for the drops, get yourself in nice and early, and you're guaranteed not to miss out on it, all right? Even myself and Hort in the casting booth that are here working all day, we still manage to get ourselves a watch in that channel and claim our amazing drops, because we also like to troll about in the arena once in a while, all right, ladies and gentlemen? Like we say here at the Hunt Premier, the hot prize line is always open and welcome to those of you that are willing to get involved and support from the chat. So thank you for taking the time to do so, but let's take a look at everything that we've had from today, Hawk. We've had an insane game.
A couple insane games, but Virtus Pro was able to take that first one pretty decisively in that 2-0 fashion. Tarkov Help looked like they were going to win it all. I mean, they came out in game number 1 looking to a force to be reckoned with, but Pandaric was able to get a grip in game number 2. They didn't even win their map pick, but we talked about that stipulation being, can Pandaric Apex push it to map number 3? Can they push it to Fort, where they have been that dominating force? Well, they were able to do that, and we can see exactly why they are that force on Fort.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the end of my sentence, the Panderic Apex squad cut off the end of any thoughts Tarkov Help had of a miracle comeback. That last round was quicker than majority of what we've seen for the entirety of the tournament. That only then decided by the other quickest match of the tournament we had previous than the group stages, where an entire map was decided in under 13 minutes. So more of that explosive style of gameplay. And XPA Academy, the one team that I think is really set seeded out of these top four teams to be favourite for the title. Well, I mean, the Pandas have got arguably the toughest task to find their way through to the grand final from here. That being said, they face XP Academy to potentially go into the losers bracket now. Now there is that second chance saloon for any of these top four teams. So the first thing we've got to do is congratulate Sicario, Virtus Pro, XP Academy, and Panderic Apex. You are officially, as of right now, the top four teams across the EU and CIS region, and we'll be duking it out across the upper and lower bracket for the title of Arena Cup Series 3 champions. I started at the beginning of the day mentioning that I'm reckoning it's a Sicario, then Tarkov Help, and so on and so forth. Well, that one's in the bin now because Tarkov Help are gone, so we know that Crack's prediction is cooked. But Mr. Hot Sauce also had a couple of good ideas, and I think XPA Virtus Pro looking good for the top two spots is a good shout. We're also going to take a quick look at the breakdown for the prize pool, folks, because these guys are not just taking place for pride today. These guys are taking place for prizes too. Just to sort of have a look at that quick breakdown and a reminder, it's 25,000 euros, Hort, split between these teams.
I mean, hey, at least everybody gets something to take home as well, just for, showing up and participating and having some fun with this. So even though Ancestral 8 cents took a bit of an early leave there, still credited with 1,000 amongst them. And of course, you can see the rest is to be announced. But 3,000 for third, 5 for second, and a full 10. I mean, that is a fat stack of cash for first place. And plus, you get the bragging rights as well. I know Virtus Pro would love to be able to say they won back-to-back Arena Cup series, but I don't know if that's going to be the case this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that being mentioned, Tarkov Help, and sad to say it, but our strongest, I think, team from the initial group stages is one of the newer teams to the tournament, but unfortunately not victorious team in the first match of the day. Ancient Fighters will be taking that 1,500 euro slot as the two teams that are knocked out of the tournament today. Although the graphic is not updated on screen for you folks, that is accurate. So Ancient Fighters and Tarkov Help claiming that 5th and 6th spot on the table. Now, all that is left to be decided, Hort, is who's taking the real top Euro slot for that 10k prize pool. I mean, 10 and 5 to fight for in the grand final. You get yourself into that grand final. You're already relatively happy that you've pocketed a pouch wall, all right? But to claim that extra step over the line, to be victorious in the grand final, it's not just about that prize money anymore. It's about as close to the top tier level of being described as the top team in the world when it's considered in competitive arena right now as you can get. Obviously, we can't do cross tournaments from NA to EU to CIS to APAC right now, but a LAN event in the future, we might be able to decide that. But for now, this is the top teams in the EU and the CIS region, and the top four of them are looking crazy strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, at least you've gotten into the top four. And after tomorrow, we're going to know who at least gets that ticket into the grand finals, and we'll solidify at least that second place prize pool. But again, I mean, you take a look at it, Panderic Apex, I think they have that toughest route. But again, the only team to take a game away from XPA. We didn't have that third decider. So we really don't even know how that was going to play out. So for that, I mean, even though XPA looks like maybe the top team at the moment, Panderic Apex shows that they can upset the juggernauts. And I would love to see a beautiful underdog story unfold in front of our eyes. Sicario, Virtus Pro, they've been duking it out for a while now. I'm excited for that revenge map. But then those two winners are going to go on to fight for that grand final spot. Who gets to solidify a minimum of second place? So honestly, you guys are going to want to set the alarms. I know day 3 is probably going to be the most exciting day as it is the championship, but honestly, I got a feeling something special, something crazy is going to happen tomorrow.
I mean, we look at it for two ways. You've got many a story that could play out tomorrow. Sicario is going to take on Virtus Pro. Panderic is going to take on XPA Academy. And then the loser of each of those respective matches will be battling it out to qualify on to face off against the loser of that victorious bout. So you're going to see the potential that Sicario could line up against Pandemic Apex in an EU versus EU fight for survival in the lower bracket semifinal. You could go the opposite way, where it's XPA Academy versus Virtus Pro for a CIS fight for revival in the bottom bracket. And think about that as a concept is crazy in itself. I mean, Pandemic Apex, like you said, is the one team to have taken one map off of XPA. I think XPA actually is probably going to have been a little bit grumbly about the fact that they took the top seed and that they couldn't have avoided the Pandas until they get to the final to have to revisit this. Well, tough stuff. You're going to have to put it on paper tomorrow. The Pandas might have made it out of the groups without having to take a full match off of you, but now they get the chance to. And I think, Hort, arguably, I think that's the more dangerous scenario because I would not like to be XPA losing to Panderic after Virtus Pro has lost to Sicario in that matchup to have to fight them to stay in the tournament.
I don't know. I have a feeling XPA likes playing against Virtus Pro. You know, I think I think they like duking it out a little bit there. But no, you actually do make a very valid point. And honestly, it's been an absolute wonderful day full of amazing action spent with beautiful people all across the likes here. But again, before we get going today, I would like to take one more moment to shout out everybody behind the scenes from Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, Fish Goose, Damien, OG Don Mecca, the Crispy Lemon, Cynthia, the Turbo Bear, Klish, Boosh, Connor, our eye in the sky, and of course, our main man, Philbo. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us behind the scenes and in chat. This wouldn't be possible without all of you. We love the fact that you're hanging out with us, keeping it entertaining, the friendly banner, the hype in chat. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you. But that legend to my digital left is Cracked Wisdom, the one, the only. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Set those alarms. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 1500 BST. Take care and have a wonderful evening.